Ladies and gentlemen, aliens and germs, whatever you are, and wherever you are, welcome to Saturday in Space! Alrighty, well, here I am, getting everything set up and ready to go here. Starting soon. That's done, that's done. Okay, looks good. Yes? Question mark? Okay. What do we have in space? It's been quite the week. A long time has passed. And, yeah. Taking a look at a few things here. Clean up our sky, that airspace. Puddle Jumper 2. Why is that? Why is that out there? Did I miss something? Oh, it looks like they are on their way to Minmus. Yes, with rich Kerbals. Of course. Man, you can forget a lot in a week. You know what I mean? 5 days to get there. Let's warp to the next morning at least and see what's going on. Since we have 5 days to get there. I seem to recall launching a fuel tanker at some point. I suppose it is at the Kerbal International Space Station already. Let's take a look just to verify that. It's not there. There's a science package here that I forgot to take with me to Minmus. Can you believe that? Okay, the space station has a full tank. So the tanker was here. We must have gotten rid of it by now. Okay, that's fine. Good grief, I can't believe we forgot to take the science package with us. I guess next time. The next trip, when we head out to Minmus. That'll be the thing. The Mun. Let's focus on that, see what space station's going on here. Oh boy. Oh, the tanker is here currently. Space station reserves are full. The tanker has almost no fuel. The lander is also full. Okay, that's good. We should probably take a look at Minmus now. What do these guys look like? Lander is full. Station reserves are about 48%. No, I take that back. Like 30%. 35%. Because half of that would have been 220. Half of that would be 18. So maybe 40%. 40% fuel tank on the reserve at the space station. And the lander is full. Monoprop is 50%. We should probably send out a fuel tanker just because. What do you think? Just to make sure we have something en route for any fuel reserves. I don't know. It's probably good right now. Yeah, it's probably good right now. What contracts do we have? I'm gonna return those guys at some point once this one gets back. Rover scientific data from the surface of Minmus. Oh, that's that science package we were supposed to take out there. The sandstone, we gotta remember to transfer that. Build a new orbital station on a solar orbit. That's gonna be big. It's gonna take something. Why is there no signal for the space station? Huh, these relays should be bouncing signal back and forth. Let me look at the space station. The antenna, the high gain antenna is deployed. No crew control. Wait, there's no crew here? Oh, Jebediah is just not where he's not in a command module. Where is Jebediah? Cannot find Jebediah. I mean, he's here. He can EVA. Which part is he going to EVA from? Oh, he was down here? What? That's weird. There's data on the lander. Okay, hop on board, buddy. And then transfer crew to the command module. I was just noticing there was no signal strength, and then there was no crew. Like, what? That can't be right. But Jebediah is, in fact, here. So, yeah. It was just kind of odd. Let's go ahead and orient the space station a little more normally. A more appropriate aspect. This position. Alright, looking good, looking stable. We'll leave him there. Way to go, Jebediah. Okay. Solar Station. That's something to think about. Expand Station, Mun International Space Station. The MISS. Have a facility supporting at least 24 Kerbals. That's a big expansion. Have 4,178 units of liquid fuel in your station. Oh my. Mun International Space Station currently has 1,944. Currently supports 18 Kerbals. Wow, it's nice to see these numbers like showing up here. Okay. So we need to start designing expansion modules for the space station. And what we want that to look like in terms of the next modules to add on beyond, you know, auxiliary fuel tanks, multiple docking ports. How are we going to get that set up? And what do we want it to look like? Explorer Dunna. We've collected 14% of 50% of the surface deployed mystery goo observations. on the Mun. We need to deploy one of those on the surface of Minmus as well. That was on the science package we forgot. It's like leaving your luggage at home. I can't believe I did that. Oh well. Alright. Fine. There's really not much else here to do other than fly these guys out here. One of them needs to land on the surface, right? Of Minmus. Land on Minmus, yeah. Fly by Minmus. So there's 2 of them on their way out. Let's go ahead and just handle that situation. I know it's 5 days and there's probably something else we could be doing in the meantime, but I can't think of what it is. Probably should launch a fuel tanker. Right. Send it out to Minmus, just in case. It'll be good to launch a rocket. Good way to start the stream, yes. What is the difference between this one and this one? I don't understand. I don't know why there's 2 of them. We better check these things like the staging. I don't know, it all looks good to me. Yeah, looks fine. Alright, let's light this candle. 3, 2, 1. Liftoff of the Heavy Refueler Generation 2. Rocket has cleared the tower. Mission profile for this robotic refueler is heading to Minmus for resupply. Standard refueling mission. Our first staging event is separation of the solid rocket boosters. Coming up in a count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Staging. Throttle up on the main engine. Passing through 11,000 meters. Picked up a bit of a twist there. Go ahead and continue our turn over to the side, get set up for that gravity turn, and head towards the horizon. Throttling down on the main engine, passing through 70 kilometers on the apogee. There's our gravity assist. Need to continue to push over towards the horizon, get that horizontal velocity up as much as possible. If we can do that with the big main engine, that would be ideal. Manage cutoff, staging, and separation. Full throttle on the booster engine. heading straight for the horizon. 75,000 meters. Let's go ahead and stage the fairing. Separation is good. Lights on, solar panel and antenna deployment, passing through 80,000 meters. Apogee is 100 kilometers. T-minus 1 minute, 5 seconds. Preparing for booster separation, switching to the orbital engine. 3, 2, 1, go. Throttling down on the orbital engine. Okay, good separation there. Light the engine. Throttle up to full throttle. Check in with the tracking station, see how our orbit is forming here. Minmus is our target. Probe on the Mun. Hopped around the craters, got a lot of science. Nice. Good job. Alright, we're going to do our first fuel transfer here. Also, let's click on this bad boy and set up crossfeed. Let's take a look at our inclination and see how that's coming along. Adjusting that on the launch is going to make things a little bit easier down the road when we set up for the trans-Minmus injection maneuver. Alright, periapsis, looks like that'll be forming shortly here. So what's next for you with the Mun? Are you going to be doing more science? Or are you going to be sending any rich Kerbals up there? Preparing to throttle down for orbit. Okay, there's orbit. Engine shutdown. Take a look at the planet. What did we end up with? 6 degrees on our inclination that we're needing to adjust. So let's set up a maneuver for that. Practice is always good. Wrong way. That was the ascending node. We need to bring that down. Polymation types practice really finds too. Yeah. It's a very versatile platform, if you will, in terms of having, you know, additional fuel on hand after you take off for the moon or Minmus and being able to get back home. So yeah, I like that aspect of doing it that way when you're first starting out, so that way you get to learn about the system and how everything, orbits and how everything moves. And then when you get more advanced, then you can start going out there with a single spacecraft that has all of the the required equipment to get to where it needs to go, so to speak. I wonder if I'm going to do Minmus. Man, this inclination burn here is a big one. I wonder what it's going to take to get to Minmus from here. Plenty well and more than that. There's Minmus. Adjusting that intersect. There we go. Now let's take a look at Minmus to see what kind of, because it's a very small window, 2 million on that approach periapsis. Window gets larger, brings us down. There we go. 160,000. 5 days, 3 hours for the travel time. Okay, I'm gonna go with that. Let's get set up for that maneuver. I'm gonna time warp. So how many crew members did you send along for that mission? Was it just like a single crew member? Or did you have one that stayed back on the orbiter? Or two? I mean, you know, given the Apollo style, they had the, you know, the 2 crew members that went on the lander down and then the one that stayed up on the orbiter. So that would be like the true, so to speak, right? Apollo style, if you sent 3 crew members along. Alright, 20 seconds to maneuver. That's a big burn, 5 seconds on that guy. If I transfer fuel over, I wonder just what that's going to look like on the bar here. Oh, I was supposed to do the burn, huh? Did I miss that? Really? Yep. Oh well. Okay. We should still be able to get the inclination set up properly. Okay, next maneuver. We're going to want to be prograde for that when we get there. Also, okay, electrics looks good. I just want to verify that when we are moving our spacecraft that it actually has solar panel exposure. There we go. All right. Let's see if we had hold up position hold and just move this along. All right, right there. So we have, yeah, the antenna is in fact deployed. It's hard to see, but there is an antenna here to help with range extension since we're going to Minmus. It's a long ways out. Even going to the moon it's a good idea to have an antenna on any robotic spacecraft so that way you don't lose signal, lose control. Okay, ignition. Clean up that airspace, make it a little bit easier to view. We're gonna min-miss. So basically, we're going to be following the Puddle Jumper 2 out to Minmus. And I'm realizing I have another missed opportunity because I could have taken this to the space station and picked up the science package, but I didn't. And also I didn't save. Oh, okay, preparing to throttle down. Engine shut off. Let's look at min-miss. We gotta see what that intersect looks like. Do we need to add more on the engine, or do we need to retrograde? Retrograde, okay. RCS is on. Pushing retrograde. And, there's the quick save. Thanks, Nightbot. I need to push this back on the other side of min-miss. If I deleted this maneuver node now, like, I wouldn't be able to see this trajectory, and that would be difficult. Also, okay, now I can see that. Here's the thing, we need to fix our inclination slightly, so let's figure out, let's add a maneuver here. Let's go look at min-miss again, focus view. Okay, now we can go over here. Adjust that inclination up. Burning on the normal. We can bring that more in line with the equator. The projected path puts us within 100,000 meters, which is basically the altitude of the space station. That's perfect. Alright, let's position our spacecraft that direction. Head towards the maneuver node. Keep your eye on the ball. Okay, let's throttle up just a little bit more. Engine off. Well, we didn't quite get what we wanted, but it's really close. Okay, that's fine. Let's get ourselves situated retrograde, and then make sure that our solar panel has good positioning for the sun. It's kind of dark and hard to see. It's just a big cheap fuel tank that we're sending out there, so we didn't fancy it up, dress it up with lights or anything like that. There's one light for docking, because, you know, sometimes you arrive and it's nighttime. But that's it. let's do the time warp to here and see how that looks. Alright, good on the solar panel. Yes. Alright, fuel tanker is on its way. Let's go take a look at the puddle jumper. I didn't hit quick save, did I? No, I did. Okay, puddle jumper, you're going to need to be set up retrograde so that you can do your braking maneuver on approach to min-miss. Okay, looking good, looking good. 4 days. Yeah, we might as well just, now that we have the heavy fuel tanker on its way and these are the only guys flying, let's go ahead and do the time warp again. We're just going to skip ahead 3 days. Not really sure what's going on with this maneuver. It's after the periapsis by a long shot. Not sure why. I guess we're gonna have to fix that. Something must have gotten mixed up somehow. That's weird. Oh. That intersect looks very interesting. That secondary intersect is awfully close. This primary intersect looks really nice too. Look at that, 13.2 kilometers. Is there any way to... So vertically, we'd have to adjust the inclination to get there. Can we do that on the way in? What I don't get is why we're doing this burn after the periapsis. It's 19.3 there. Why are we not doing this burn at periapsis? I'm going to get some more hot water for the tea, at least heat it up. T minus 20 seconds to maneuver. And ignition, main engine burn. Decelerating retrograde, dropping into Minmus orbit. Throttling down, engine shutdown, 3, 2, 1, and engine off. Okay, so that's giving us this intersect, 82.2 kilometers. Target will be behind us, so we're going to need the larger orbit in order for them to catch up. Let's add a maneuver here. Our periaps is currently 110. Oh, we have an inclination burn we need to adjust for first. Off by 4.7 degrees. Alright, let's add that maneuver. There is 0.0. Push this guy up here towards the normal. Lock that in with stabilization there. Do the time warp again. Grab the tea. Pour the tea. Pour the water? Question mark? What are we doing here? Tea, Earl Grey, hot. Okay, now T minus 20 seconds to maneuver. I'm just going to do a little bitty fast forward there and... Oops. Might have to back off of that to fix that, yep. Way too much throttle for Minmus orbit. Let's thrust limit this to 25%. Yeah, 26, that's fine. Okay, so now, what does our intersect look like? 77 kilometers. If we do a periapsis burn, add a maneuver here. We do it before. .92. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. 10.5 on the intersect. 10.5 kilometers, that is. Now, can we fine-tune that? Doesn't take a lot. 6.7 kilometers, 1.7 meters per second. Very small difference, but yeah, we can do that. Okay. Looks like a retrograde burn of some kind. Prograde, maybe? Okay, so if that's... steady on the horizon. Okay, so that's in 1 hour and 12 minutes. What about our robotic fuel tanker? What do your numbers look like? Let's switch to that. Okay, your approach. Heavy fuel tanker. 1 day, 1 hour, 59 minutes. Okay, fine. That means we can switch back over here to the puddle jumper 2. And it's getting really warm in here. I'm not sure why. It's been a cooler day, and yet it's still warm in the apartment. Okay, I'll let that go. Minmus, we have orbit. (1133 meters per second of delta V remaining. Okay, let's skip ahead to our next maneuver as we prepare for space station synchronization and docking. Throttling up, getting ready. Alright, let's just clear that, see what we've got. 9.2, 12. Just using the RCS system to bring us... looks like 6.6 is closest approach. Yeah. Now, if we go out to our apogee of the orbit, can we adjust and refine this to bring us even closer? Not really. Distance there, 27 kilometers. Yeah, we're gonna have to stick with our existing orbit to get that separation down. We're gonna have to just adjust things once we get there. So, yeah. Let's do the time warp again. And then prep for docking. It's only 6 kilometers. We can transit that distance quite easily. Okay, we are on target there. Currently showing 7 kilometers away. Closest approach is 6.6. Let's get ourselves retrograde to the target. Alright, electrics looks good. Cycle the lights on. There we go. I'm going to do a little fast forward maneuver here to get closer. I don't want to wait a whole 5 minutes to pull off this maneuver. There's 3, 2, 1. Alright, 25 seconds. Might as well burn that now. It's only a handful meters per second. Okay. And then let's continue to yaw to the left, point towards the target, and then we're going to do a thrusting maneuver to head towards the target. Bring our nose up a little bit. There we go. Rolling up, heading to the target at 3.1 meters per second. That intersect is not very good looking. Let's go a little bit more. Get 1.4 out of that. Let's go 388 meters. Yeah, I can live with that. Okay, let's prep for our approach, deceleration. I'm going to turn retrograde. It's going to take us 16 minutes, 50 seconds till our arrival. Where does that look like on the intersect here? Okay, that looks good. Alright, time warp again. Look at that fancy moon. All the valleys and the mountains, highs and the lows. It's a bumpy looking moon. Alright, 800 meters in closing at 6 meters per second. Space station looks pretty good from here. Alright, we are now less than 700 meters from our target, Minmus Station. .550 meters and closing at 6 meters per second. So I was thinking about redesigning the puddle jumpers, a Generation 2 puddle jumper, and then putting the docking port on an extendable arm. So that way, whoever the pilot is will have a nice unobstructed view out the front, because right now the docking port blocks that. So I'm just kind of wondering about that, thinking about the implementation. Do I use a hinge, or should I put an arm on there so that it can like extend out further ahead of the spacecraft? Or just have a hinge that flips it like plonk. It's just the idea of cleaning up the view and making it look nice from the pilot's perspective. Okay, let's set up for docking mode. RCS is on maneuvering thrusters. Let's go ahead and start reducing some of that relative speed to the target. I want to bring this to 0. Okay, yaw to the right, point towards the target. Pitch the nose down just a smidge. Lock in the target there. Alright. Shut down for safety. From here on out, we're just going to use RCS. I do want to move off slightly to the left here so we can swing around and get set up for the docking ports, which are on the back side of the station at this point. So You want to push that up and then slightly to the left with the inertial indicator there. We're not going hard for the docking port that's on the nose of the station. We don't want to go there. Could. And then once we can see the docking port, which is right about now, fuel tank docking port, set as target, there we go, 190 meters and closing. So we're going to add a little bit more translation to the left here on that inertial indicator. I'm going to slow us to 1 meter per second. And then let's yaw to the right so we can get set up for that. By the time we get there. Just a slow little turn. A little bit of ballet in space. Okay. .100 meters and closing. On target. That's probably about 90 degrees there. Let's lock in stabilization. Let's pitch the nose down a little bit. Let's use RCS to head towards the target. Lift that up a little bit. Slow our approach. And our translation. Vertical is a little bit off, so well, there should be a sub button, unless you're on mobile. Then you can type in !mobile. It'll bring up the link, and then you should be able to do it, Skeeter. Alright, keep your eye on the ball. Watch that inertial indicator. Let's set this up. Opposition there. 16 meters and closing. I want to slow our approach as well. Or maybe it's !sub. It's been a while since I've done that. Usually people are on the computer and they can just hit the button at the top of the screen, you know? There it is. How's your night going? We are preparing to dock with Minmus Station. I should check the angle. Yeah, that looks pretty good, doesn't it? Fantastic. Do a bit of a braking burn there. Stabilization and RCS is off. Nope, 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 nope. Don't. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I can't believe it did that. We were so perfectly set up. Seriously, KSP? We were right on the button, right on the money. And the Kraken strikes. So annoying. Okay. Yeah, yes, blame the game.
Oh, drat these computers.
Yay,
They're so naughty and
Skeeter.
so complex. I could
Thank you for the
pinch
sub.
them.
Bam. Okay. Space station is set back up. Let's go back here. Point at our target again. I guess it needs to be retrograde because it bounced us off and imparted an excessive amount of momentum. We were going 0.2 meters per second on approach, slowed down at the last moment. We're now departing the station at 1.4 meters per second. That is an extraordinary amount of energy exchange.
Oh, drat these computers. They're
Wow.
so naughty
Hey,
and so
thanks for
complex.
the gift sub,
I
too.
could pinch them.
Yeah! Internet high fives right there. Bam. Thank you, Skeeter. Alright. That's what you wanted to do. Okay. Well, I appreciate it very much. Okay, we're 142 meters out. Let's move it 1 meter per second. So now that you're a sub, you get the fancy rocket emotes. You can launch rockets in chat. Oh yeah, let's quick save. Anytime you feel like it. One of the other sub perks that I offer as well. So normally during the weekdays, I also stream Oxygen Not Included. Anyone who is a sub gets renaming rights for any of the duplicants for one of the duplicants that has not been renamed already by another sub. So right now we have 10 duplicants. 2 have already been named by subscribers this month, so you get the option to choose 2 more for your sub and for the gift sub. So I appreciate that, and normally I do that Wednesday and or Thursday during the weekdays, and I start at 9 o'clock Mountain Time. Every weekend is, of course, Kerbal Space Program, so that's what we're doing here. And then I'm not sure how I'm gonna do working in Borderlands 3 now with the schedule. So I might do that Thursday, Friday, give it a couple of days during the week, and then just do Oshkin Not Included on Wednesday maybe. Since, you know, it's such a new game and it's exciting to play, and I really am a big Borderlands fan. I want to play some more. I've been thinking about it all weekend, and I've been busy doing other things, so I haven't played since last night. Can't make it during the weekdays. Oh, no! Sorry to hear that. Well. Let's see here. Stabilization, 47 meters out. Reaction control system. Let's slow our approach. And you get the inertial indicator off to the side there. Tell you what, so there are a couple of different roles that the duplicants play on the colony, on the asteroid, where they're like building and trying to survive. So there's, you know, the regular, you know, gender boy girl, and then some of them have different jobs like farmer, rancher, scientist, digger, cook, like a chef. I also have an artist, I think. I don't know if she's a dedicated artist yet. I think she's like mostly the chef and sometimes the artist. So it just kind of depends. Oops, RCS, we need to leave that on. So if there's anybody in particular, you know, character you would like to rename, you can let me know, and then I'll do that. If only you could make it, that would be cool. We need to back off here. Also, we need to pitch up the nose and translate down. And I do keep it family friendly on that stream as well. Only time you can't really be family friendly is like Borderlands, because it's just by its nature, it's kind of a naughty game. Really? Again? You guys, you're killing me. This time it put more energy into it. 2.6 meters per second on a 0.2 meter per second approach. How? That's like totally against the laws of physics, y'all. Also, why is docking such a problem tonight? Did they change something in the game? Was there an update that I missed? This is absurd. Yeah, that's what I normally do. I turn off stabilization and RCS. Okay, where's my target? Where's my target? All the commands, yes! Okay. Let's activate the engine again, because that's a lot. Okay, and then shut down for safety. This is like the worst time I've ever had docking in like, I don't know, a year? 2 missed approaches like this. I don't think I've ever done this before. I've never had problems like this. So weird. When? What? What command is that? I've never seen that before. Huh. Is it actually somewhere in the list of commands? I don't remember ever making one like that. Stream elements. Normally... Dude, that's weird. It shows stream elements and Nightbot? Why is there 2 sets of commands? I don't really use stream elements hardly at all. I thought everything was on Nightbot. Kept moving around. Yeah, so what you want to do for that case, like, you know, see here I've got stabilization turned on. Normally I have it off, but I was trying to orient it on the prograde so that it would just be in a nice fixed position. But normally with space stations, because of the Kraken, I leave stabilization off. Otherwise all the different parts will start pulling on each other, and eventually the station will, like, fling itself apart, you know? So normally I leave it in this condition here. Like, I pick an orientation, and then I stabilize it like 95% of the way, and then I just release it and let it settle so that it can achieve stability, like this, right? And then the Kraken. Yes, it is as dangerous as it sounds. What we've encountered tonight is like Kraken light. Like, if you ever hit a big time Kraken, it will literally, like this space station, when I had a previous version back in the day, like, it was longer and it was like a snake. Like, it would just wiggle. The Kraken would just pull it all apart when it was doing that. So right clicking and auto strutting solves that issue now. Interesting. I've never done auto strutting before. I've never really understood the need for it. Welcome, homing pigeon. Also, good to see you here. Man, 2 missed approaches. I feel like a newbie all over again. Like, what happened tonight? I had such great alignment. Alright, we need to translate a little bit to the, let's say to the left. Set up the inertial for that there. Also, I'm going to go free camera on this just because it's really annoying to use that standard camera. Yes, good KSP stream. Let's yaw to the right So we're set up for this angle on that docking port. Sanfred to Chaz Michael Michelson. Okay. Yes. Unfortunately, there's no way to change Kerbal names unless you use a mod, I think. I've never figured out how to do that in, like, the game itself, so... Might look at the astronaut complex again. I think that's something you can only do through a mod for Kerbal, right? Oof. Also, we can take a look, like, so here's what Val sees, our pilot. This is why I want to move the docking port off to, like, a robotic arm or something, now that we have robotic parts. Okay, so there are the two rich Kerbals just hanging out in the hitchhiker storage container. Yep. Wait, that ain't right. Valentina's there. Where the heck is... There's nobody there. There's two here. Oh! Yeah, so we had Zeldus. I forgot about Zeldus being on there, our other pilot. I think what I was intending to do was to level up and rank up the pilots, because they only have 1 star. So by going to Minmus... Oh, now I gotta move back to the left. And landing on Minmus, that's gonna... One of them's gonna rank up to at least a 2-star pilot now. Alright, we're 35 meters in closing. I want to get this yaw to the left. Get that flat with the docking port. That's probably good there. We're going to need a little more up translation. Okay, let's bring that back down. 20 meters and closing. Get that lined up there for our translation services. Wow, we blew that off big time. Also, yaw to the left. How does that look? That looks pretty reasonable, yeah. Two meters from closing. How did we... Okay, we're just barely off that direction. Space station is now rotating. Please stop rotating. Hello! We're practically there. Yaw to the left. A little bit more to the left. Wow, that's actually like a 5-degree difference, isn't it?
Oh, drat these computers. They're so
What?
naughty
Holy
and so
smoke,
complex.
Skeeter!
I could pinch them.
You're going off with those gift subs, aren't you? Holy smokes. Thank you. Okay, keep your eye on the ball. Eye on the ball. Translation there. Oh, not again. Seriously? That is 3 times in a row tonight. How am I... Stop twisting. Turn this way to get... Oh, no! Don't break the solar panels! Please don't break the solar panels! Oh, good grief. Guys, what happened to this game? That is 3 missed approaches in a row. I have never, ever, in my years and career... What is going on? Are you kidding me? And a missed approach like that is imparting a lot of energy. I don't understand how the game mechanic can justify that kind of kinetic transfer. I'm gonna set the front nose. Come on, Brad, get it together! This is one of those times, yeah, you should use the Brad command. Like, really? What is even going on? Okay. For the way. Did I not start up my commands? Chatbot? Oh boy. No, I did not start up Chatbot, that's why. Give me just a second here. KSP2. Yeah, they're definitely changing a lot of mechanics for KSP2. Slow your approach, buddy. There. Finally. Oh, can you believe it? 3 missed approaches. How in the heck? Haha, Tazo! Hi! Yes. So, Puddle Jumper 2, I have dedicated to Minmus. So, the green lights. Guess who inspired me to do that? Everybody, it's Tozzle. And that's me on a good night. I don't think I've ever, like, it bounced off 3 times from this docking port in a row, like, it absolutely nuts. I was putting together a bunch of clips. I started clipping some of the stuff. I was putting together, like, a bunch of little clips to make one big clip showing how many times I dock every weekend, because I wanted to count how often I do this, right? And last weekend it was like, I don't know, 10 docking maneuvers. Like, I did this 10 times apparently last weekend, roughly. Ooh, chatbot! Okay, so maybe some crazy lady likes light bots. Lights on rockets. Yes, yes. We all like lights on rockets. So Puddle Jumper 1 is blue. And then I have some other ideas. Also, the space station is green for Minmus. At least these lights. I got some regular lights on there too. But Puddle Jumper 1 is blue, because that's my favorite color, so it's my first pick for colors there. But nothing quite as fancy as what you've got. And I still have yet to try the, what do you call them? The orbiting lights that you got going on there. Nixwis, welcome. Yeah. Alright, we gotta figure out who is going to the surface. So, the spotlights, yeah, those spotlights. Roblox. Why does that sound familiar? First of all, Valentina, I don't think Val has landed on Minmus yet. Nope. The Mun planted a flag there, so let's put Valentina on the command module for the lander. Bam. And I'm off. Away, Team Rocket. A Pokemon reference. Really? Okay, and then we need to transfer our crew. We have rich Kerbals going to the surface, so let's put them here. Hey, question for you, Tazzle, or anybody else who knows. If I transfer another pilot who's not flying, does she get the credit for landing on the surface? Like, does she level up and get 2 stars? Or he, depending on the pilot. So Valentina is in the pilots. She's the pilot in command, the pick. Zeldis is like the first officer, the second pilot, so to speak. Homing Pigeon says yes. Okay. I hope so, because I want them both to level up. Wait, Zeldis hasn't landed on the Mun yet? How did I miss that? What? By the way, let's quick save before we forget. And since Nightbot has stopped working and is not reminding me what to do. Okay, I hope so. So I put them both on there. We're going to experiment, you know, for science, right? Do the thing. And, yeah. Meanwhile, Jebediah is in charge of Minmus Station, so he's going to stay here and, you know, do all the things that you do on a space station. I need more scientists, though. Because I don't have any scientists at Minmus Station. I only have one, like, in general. That's, you know, Bob. He's back at home doing some sort of experiment, I think. Alright, you guys are go for undocking. Alright, and the lander has separated. Stabilization, RCS. Let's go ahead and turn on full RCS control and back away from the station. And then let's also translate. Let's go this way. Alright, RCS off. Let's check our engine. Let's set the engine at 100%. Engine is live. Put ourselves in a retrograde aspect as we prep for Minmus landing. Yeah. Fire! Okay. Dun dun dun. It would be nice to land on the sunny side of the moon. Where on Minmus shall we drop down? Actually, that might be a little bit more than I want to do. Also, this is where I switch to the graphical maneuver editor, because I tend to get carried away with these handles and things go terribly awry. So let's set that on 1 meter per second increment. Tap the retrograde button a bunch of times. That looks like a nice descent. It's only 48 meters per second. Let's do 50. And then right about here, let's add a second maneuver. Same thing. I'm going to tap the retrograde button a bunch of times. Get set up for a little bit more vertical descent. That way we can kill off our horizontal vector there. Bring us down for a nice little landing. Okay, let's select maneuver 1 and do the time warp again. Now the commands should work. You know, like Brad or time warp or whatever, because I got chatbot started. Okay, set up for retrograde. T-minus 50 seconds to landing deorbit maneuver. How's our solar panels look? Do we have good exposure for the sun? Solar panels look good. Let's go ahead and cycle those lights on. Electric looks good. Tank is full. We have our 2 tourists aboard. Rich Kerbals. Every time I say that word, it comes out wrong. So I end up saying rich Kerbals. Currently I'm drinking tea, Earl Grey, hot. It's Twinings, Earl Grey. Normally I drink green tea, but I found this in the cabinet. I'm like, where was this hiding all this time? But normally I have my Zen green tea, or China Green Tips green tea. It's made by Tazo tea, T-A-Z-O. That's normally what I drink. But I found the Earl Grey, and I'm like, I'm not going to pass up that. Alright? Totally fancy. It's what captains of all, you know, space programs drink, right? You like Tazo. Yeah, it's good stuff. Oh, I missed my window. I was talking about tea. Oops. What kind of... So, what flavor of Tazo do you like? Do you do the green tea, or do you do any of the others? Whoopsie. Yeah. Okay, and then the next maneuver will be 53 meters per second. Also a retrograde. Let's take a look here how that looks on orbit. Definitely green tea. Yeah. The Zen, because it has that hint of like lemongrass and some other things. Let me go grab one and see. I like it. When I used to have a regular job, I would stop at Starbucks and get this like any day that I opened the store. A harmonious blend of green tea with lemongrass and spearmint. Yeah, so that's what I normally like to drink right there. Doo-doo-doo. Not a product endorsement, this is not an ad, it's just like, that's usually, yeah, that's what I do. It would be nice if they paid me though. Hint, hint. Okay, let's do the time warp again. Alright, lander is on approach for the surface of Minmus. It looks like we're going to land somewhere in these highlands. Some sort of upper mountainous region type of area. Other kinds. You worked at Starbucks. Passion tea is alright, but always chose the Zen. Yeah. So yeah, back in the day I used to work for Sony. I was a sales manager for them, and you know, going into the store, like there was the Starbucks on the way there, so I would just pop in and be like, yeah. Priscilla! Coming in second place with the 5 biddies, it's Priscilla the Corgi. Thank you. How you doing tonight? We're getting ready to land on Minmus. We have a couple of tourists, aka rich Kerbals. Captions actually got the word! I got their word right. Nice. Okay, T-minus 1 minute to maneuver. Let's take a look at what this looks like for the spacecraft. Oh yes, we have good solar panel exposure. Electrical is going to be good all the way down to the surface. Did I set the engine at 100%? I did. Engine is at 100%, and it is live. Just dodging storms. Oh my. We had a little bit of rain here the other day, not much. It wasn't too bad. Nothing terrible yet. Always, you know, was that qualifier, yet. So, we'll see. But the temperature has certainly started to shift. It feels like fall all of a sudden. I guess we'll see what happens later, because it could heat up just as easily and quickly. It's Colorado after all. I mean, it gets a little nuts sometimes with the weather. Let me switch back to the spacecraft. There we go. Okay, so we are on approach. We might be just on the side. Yeah, we're going to land just on the upper side, it looks like here. Might make a slight adjustment just to make sure, but I think we'll be safe for this descent. And engine ignition. Yeah, it did. We got our first official snow, so to speak, up in the mountains above Timberline and stuff. Excuse me, and even a little bit lower, I guess. Continue to burn that off there. Okay, and clear that. Alright, we got a ways to go. We're at 35,800 meters and falling. It's going to take us a hot minute to get to the surface, that's for sure. Some of the colors have started to change in the higher mountains. So a friend of mine, she had a birthday shower barbecue bash last weekend. So when I was up there, they live at about 9,000 feet in altitude, and you can already see some of the quakies starting to change the leaves. The aspens, excuse me, the quaking aspens, as most people refer to them. Some of the leaves started turning yellow. I grew up in like very rural southwest Colorado, so we just called them quakies because the trees quake when the wind blows, right? So they're called quakies. Everybody else calls them aspens. A deciduous tree that loses its leaves every year in the fall. Also, they're connected by their roots. A single quaking aspen tree can look like 100 trees, but because of its roots, the child trees, so to speak, that spring up they're all generally connected as one giant organism. It's pretty wild. So that's why you'll see patches of them. They'll all change color at the exact same time because it's all technically one tree, even though there's 100 of them, or 50, or whatever. Okay, how long is it going to take for us to get down there? 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Well, let's drop off 2 minutes of that. Let's see what that does to our speed, altitude. Fast forward a couple of minutes. Alright, 18,000. Just for safety's sake, let's drop in stabilization there. Yaw to the left. Toward the anti-normal, it looks like. I'm going to add a little bit of thrust in that direction. We're going to adjust our descent vector. Just give us a little bit of momentum to keep us on that side of the ridge so we're not landing on a hill or an angle surface. Alright, retrograde there. Descending through 15,500 meters, 130 meters per second. Approach looks good. Let's roll for the horizon. Let's pull up the radar altimeter. 12,300. Throttling up. What is that, 15%? What does that look like there to you guys? Right there, yeah. Passing through 10,700 meters. Currently at 124 meters per second. Yeah, that's probably a good point to quick save, yeah. Thanks, Nightbot. And I was a little bit ahead of you there on the stand up, sit down. Stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down. Isn't there a song about that? Or am I just going crazy? Alright, 8,400 meters and falling. I'm going to throttle up to 30%. Let's go ahead and extend our landing gear. Prep for landing. We have 2,290 meters per second of delta V remaining on the engine. 100 meters per second at 7,000 meters. What does that look like? That feature on the surface. It's like some sort of indentation there. What is that? Let's drop that off. I'm going to add another anti-normal burn. Try and push us over. Oh, stabilized. I want a flat surface to land on. I hope that'll do the trick. We're going to be off inclination as far as returning to the space station, but I think we'll be fine. Alright, descent looks good. Actually going to turn... No, let's stay this way. That way we get solar panel exposure. We get good electrical. Throttling up for descent at 1,800 meters. Slowing our approach to the surface. 1,400 meters. What's our thrust to weight ratio currently? 8.45. Alright, I'm going to throttle down to 50% as we approach at 800 meters and falling. Throttling down a little bit more. Drop this engine to 50%. Okay, 48. That's close enough. Good enough for government work, right? Okay, 660 meters and falling. 13.6 meters per second. .3. It should be pretty flat here, yes? Let's do a quick little survey. I mean, it's a small indentation, and it looks like we're hitting the bottom part of it, the flattest part. Okay, we have lights on the ground. 200 meters and falling. Let's throttle up. So we begin our descent. 170 meters and falling. 10 meters per second. 120 meters. Let's begin our surface flare, throttling up to 75%. Touchdown. We have good landing. Go! Alrighty, kids. We're on the surface of Minmus. Hooah. Look at that. Okay, time for a ladder. Let's do a little bit of walking about. Somebody... Actually, we have 2 qualified pilots that can EVA on this mission. I normally don't do that. It's normally just the one pilot. We can get both pilots out. Yeehaw! 2 pilots. What? 2 pilots. And the next time I design a lander, I'm not going to put the light bulb there because it kind of gets in the way, yo. And this is also the first time I've seen this spacesuit. We changed this on Valentina when she launched. I have never seen this spacesuit before. This new spacesuit system, I haven't really figured it out. Oh, you can change the colors? Wait, what? How did... Okay, maybe it didn't do anything. Does it change her headlights? What does that change? Whoa, she's all pink. What? Oh, I get it. Look at that. Oh, it changes. So what if I turn off the lights? Oh, you have to have your headlights on in order for the suit to light up. I mean, it makes sense, right? Okay. Yeah. Yes. I understand now. Look at that. She's freaking out. Ah! Okay, so pilots. Let's do pilots as like a reddish kind of color, right? And then science is blue, engineering is yellow. How does that look? That looks pretty good. Valentina. Each step is like a leap. Alright. Let's face this direction. And then you are going to take a surface sample. Oh yeah, science for the win. EVA report, most science. Plant a flag. Oops. Wait. Take down. I need you facing this direction. No, don't run. Just turn. There we go. Plant flag. There we go. Rich Kerbal landing site. We brought rich Kerbals. Rich Kerbals to the surface. That's a big payday. I wonder where she pulled that flag out of. Well, she has a backpack and stuff. Okay, so now we can face this direction. Then switch back to here. Since we have another pilot, we can do another EVA. Alright, Zeldis, hop on out there. Bam. Zelda still has the original flight suit, spacesuit. So let's see how these compare here. Turn your lights on. Now, can I change? Yeah, see, I can't change the color on her lights, on her suit, because she has the standard issue spacesuit. When was the last time you were at home? Okay. How long have you been in space? That's a good question. No, this direction. This way, this way. You're bumping into your friend there, your fellow pilot. And then this direction. Okay, now turn around. And y'all line up this way. Yes, there we go. Whoops, I did not mean to jump. That was a bit of an accident. But hey, high five. Okay, now let's get our promotional space landing picture time. Oh, you weren't ready for the picture. Oh, come on, really? Alright, y'all ready? Yes, there we go. Actually, let me pull up, let's aim the camera here, amidships, and then maybe that'll give us a little bit of an angle. Yeah! Clipping right through the moon there. There we go. More promotional shots for more rich Kerbals to follow these guys to Minmus. Oh, bam. Okay. Let's focus back on our little Kerbanaut. There you go. It's a successful landing. This light bulb also gets in the way when trying to get up the ladder. So yeah, that's a definite design flaw we're gonna have to fix for next time. But okay, time to get your jetpack out. So we can do this properly. Okay, hop on board. Bam. Next pilot. Oh, it put me on the flag? Seriously? Select the flag? That's kind of silly. Dun dun dun! Here comes Valentina. Pick for the Minmus landing mission. Pilot in command. As you can tell by her exciting, fancy new spacesuit. Jetpack. Okay, and now you're on board. Also, you have experiments and stuff. We need to remember to transfer all of that. Plus, we have experiments that are at the station that need to go onto the puddle jumper for return. Since we don't have any scientists currently at Minmus Station, we gotta bring all of our science back with us. Alright, retract the ladder. And you all are primed and ready to go. Let's take a look on board. Everybody's on board there. Both pilots. Pilot. Rich Kerbals. Ready to go. Okay. You are go for launch. Stabilization is on. And full throttle. Let's go ahead and begin turning toward the horizon. Retracting landing gear. We have good liftoff. Lander is on return trajectory for the space station. Let's roll for the horizon there. Get a little bit more upright. It's kind of weird when you're flying upside down. Just saying. Have you ever flown upside down? It's kind of awkward. Let's go prograde here. Uh-oh. Plenty of Delta V to hit another biome? Probably. I'm just doing the tourist mission is all. I have another science package that I'm going to send up here for long-term study. So, okay, that apogee's at 7 and 3 minutes out. I'm going to troubleshoot the chatbot, because that's weird. It should have worked. It shows stream offline. How are we not connected? Bot. Connections. Connect. Yes, I wish to continue. The generated OAuth token seems to be invalid. Possible reasons for failure. Twitch.tv's API is having issues, or it's down. token doesn't start with OAuth. Really? Are you kidding me? Okay, I guess that's not going to work tonight. I'm going to have to troubleshoot chatbot later, since it doesn't seem to be working properly. Alright, maybe I'll just restart it. What about we still got over 2.5 minutes? Let's restart chatbot and see if it'll connect if I restart. Yeah, 2 minutes to apogee, so we're fine. We can drift and save fuel. A fuel-efficient launch is what we're looking at. Okay, that's up there. Close that. Yeah, it's still not connecting. What? Let's generate token and see if it will do the thing. Really? Two-factor authentication. Because, you know, security is paramount. Verify the token. Authorize. Connect, yes. Something's happening. How am I doing on time? I don't know if it's connecting or not. It seems to be trying to. I need to check on the game. I need to see where our apogee is. Ooh, 48 seconds. Okay, full throttle. That's not right. 100% full throttle. There we go. Okay, that gives us orbit there. I just get a little bit more throttle. Okay, 6x16. Okay. Set as target. We have an ascending and descending node of 1.7 degrees for that landing site adjustment. Apogee is over there. Let's add a maneuver and adjust our inclination. Ascending nodes, we need to descend. Anti-normal, yeah. Okay, 0.0 on that. $88 science for a quick stop. Yeah, I could probably do that next time. We've had other science missions out here to pick up a bunch of science before. Okay, we need to move on to... yeah, it's the anti-normal. Man, this thing is highly maneuverable. That was fast. Oh, you know what we need to look at? Where's the fuel tanker? Hold up. Heavy refueler 2. Whoa, I almost forgot about that, y'all. We have a big fuel tanker en route for resupply. And... okay, so that periapsis is 2 hours 38 minutes. Okay. We have a 2-hour window to work with. Whoops. Switch back to the... I want the lander. Minmus Big Science, Minmus Station. this tourist lander. And engineering in 3, 2, 1, go. It's a small burn. It's only 4 meters per second. Not a big deal. Probably could have done that with RCS, yeah? I guess going back the other way. That way, yeah. Wow, that's very sensitive at that position. Okay, prograde. We're approaching the apogee of the orbit, also known as apoapsis. Thank you, captions, for misquoting me once again. The apoapsis of the orbit. Apoapsis. 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 I can't. I give up. The apogee of the orbit. We know what that is. Since we can't seem to say apoapsis. Looking at you, computer. Get right with the horizon. Okay, all systems looking good. T-minus 50 seconds to maneuver. Looks like it's cooled down quite a bit. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off that AC unit. Be right back. You know, it's 2019. My new apartment I moved into in July has a USB port in the kitchen to charge your devices. Just plug in the cord. You don't even need to bring over the little, you know, charging brick. The air conditioning, however, there's a manual switch. You have to turn it off and on. What? "10 seconds to maneuver." Ignition. 3, 2, 1, throttling down, and engine off. Okay. That's at 103. Let's go ahead and set up our maneuver node at the apogee. We did set the space station as a target, so that's fantastic. Okay, how far do we need to go? Maybe I'll keep this orbit small for a minute. Because that gap between the space station and the lander, it's pretty large. And if I increase the periapsis now, it's not going to help very much. Now that looks encouraging. Where do I want to put the maneuver node? Before or after? There's the intersect. Let's put it after and see what that does for us in terms of creating an approach. Look at that! Kids! Looking fantastic. 2.7. Let's drop down the increment a little bit more so we can fine tune that. Looks like closest approach is 2.2 kilometers, 5.4 meters per second at delta V. Yes, please. Thank you very much. I will take it. It's only a delta V burn of 14.7 meters per second at the apogee of our orbit. And then we will come around and meet up with the space station. So this maneuver here synchronizes us Puts us within 2,200 meters, 2.2 kilometers of our target. Fantastic. Life in plastic. Okay, let's steady out on the horizon there. Looking good. Alright, engine on, and throttling down for shutdown. Alright, let's fine tune that with the RCS. 2.1 kilometers, closest approach, 5.4 meters per second. Alright, one last time, we're going to do the time warp. Switch to the spacecraft, the lander, and prep for docking. Let's disable RCS. We really don't need to be using that right now. Okay, target. Stabilization is on. Target. Retrograde to target. What does this tell us? 2 kilometers is closest approach, so at that point we're going to burn retrograde. 5.3 meters per second. Let's put the engine at 25% for safety on maneuvers. It's not a lot. 2 minutes out, so I'm going to fast forward just a little bit here. Keep an eye on the clock there. Alright, let's drop it in real time. I'm going to drop us down to 0.0 meters per second. Okay, looks good. And do we need to pitch up? It looks like yes. Alright, let's orient on the spacecraft. I'm gonna roll counterclockwise here, just to get that how I want it to be. Down, left. Alright, throttling up, heading towards the target. 3 meters per second, that's good. 113 meters, closest approach, 13 minutes out. I don't want to wait that long, do you? No. Let's do the time warp again. Okay. Almost home. Alright, let's set up for docking. Let's see what this approach looks like for us. Looks like lights are on, but I'm going to cycle them off and back on just to verify that we have our docking lights enabled. 260 meters and closing. Mystery goo observations. That takes a long time, doesn't it? Let's do a little fast forward here to get closer to the station. Oh, now I see how we're oriented. Docking ports over here, yeah? Let's turn to the left. Illuminate the subject. Let's try and go for that top one. Slow our approach, we're less than 100 meters out. Alright, 1 meter per second. Yaw to the left. Pitch the nose down, 70 meters and closing. Yaw a little bit to the right, it appears. 42 meters in closing. Slow our approach to 0.5 meter per second. Translate a little bit to the left there. How's our altitude looking? Pretty good. Left and right translation. Alright, let's switch to docking thrusters. Oh, we need to pitch our nose up. That angle does not look appropriate. That looks a little bit better. Yes, no, maybe? No. Pitch our nose back down. Also, translate to the left again. 14 meters in closing. And lock that in. That is precarious looking, but goal! We are back at the space station. Fantastic. Looks like we're going to want to lock in the retrograde here. And settle into our stable orbit. Looking good. Okay. So let's transfer our crew for the journey back. 1 and 2. Verify crew is empty. Yep. Okay. Transfer crew here. I don't recall 3 of them being on the command module. That's really weird. Okay, and then we're going to... Yeah, you need to spacewalk, EVA, because you need to get the samples and the data out of the command module. Take data. 5? Holy smokes. That's a lot. Okay. Lights on, jetpack enabled. Head on over to the puddle jumper 2. There's a door. Somewhere around here. Yes, there it is. Man, those lights are fantastic, can I just say? Love those lights on the spacesuits. Hop on board. Okay, now here's the thing. Is that all of... Let's check. Review stored data. EVA report. Oh wow, we can transmit that for full 40. Might as well do it now, yeah? Another EVA from Minmus's Greater Flats. Another transmit that we can do. Well, how's our electric? Hold on. Okay, it's full. Okay, this is a surface sample. We're going to keep that. This one is the green sandstone. That is a contract we have been looking to fulfill for a hot minute. Right there, bringing sandstone back. Science data from surface of Minmus. Fantastic. Let's keep that. This one, surface sample from Minmus's slopes. So we'll keep that one. Okay, so we transmitted the 2 data ones. We got 100% on those. And then the surface samples and the green sandstone we are bringing back with us on this trip. That's everything. So we are good to go. Engine shut down for safety. Now here's the thing I want to look at. This spacecraft had like 1100-ish or 1200. No, it's like 1133 delta V remaining to get home, which we can certainly get home. It's whether or not we can get to orbit of the space station for rendezvous. I am going to transfer a little bit of fuel into the secondary tank. So let's pull off our station reserves here. Uniformly, by the way, all 3. And then use the secondary tank. Let's go ahead and fill this up. Just to be sure. You know, we don't want anybody stuck in orbit and have to go rescue them. Okay, also I need to check on the heavy tanker because that is incoming. Uh-oh. I might have to do a really hard burn here. Let's take a look where it is on Periapsis. I might have missed that burn. Oops. Retrograde. Go for hard burn. I want to see if we can actually get there. I can't believe I screwed that up. Oh, my drama. Okay, we're wasting fuel doing this. How come Minmus is not tagged as a target? Fine, we'll target the lander, but I still need... Oh, Frill. How did this happen? I wasn't paying attention. Where is Ye Olde Moon, the Minmus? That's a left turn, isn't it? Curly Kerbal! He's back! Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Welcome back. Hi, everybody. I missed my retrograde burn for this, so I'm just gonna try and push towards Minmus. See if we can't fix this orbit somehow. Yeah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing tonight? Let's do a little... Whoa, that's in all caps. I guess I was in docking mode. Do a shout out for Curly Kerbal. Streaming Kerbal Space Program. Oh yeah. Add a maneuver. Can I... Is that actually a fly in my apartment? How do I get to Minmus. How do I set Minmus as a target? Set as target. There we go. Yeah, doing this way is very messed up. Dang it. Wasn't paying attention to the time, docking the lander with Minmus Station, and this guy overshot his retrograde burn. So now, you know, there are consequences to not paying attention to the time. Granted, it wasn't a lot of time. We missed that window for the retrograde burn by just a few minutes, it looks like. I knew it was there. How can I do this to get... So it's not going to be a radio burn. Shoot. Good grief, that intersect is going to be way the heck out there. That'll work. Holy smokes. 70 days. Really? No. Are you kidding me? No. I'm not waiting 2 months to have this thing arrive at Minmus. Tell you what, we're just going to hard burn on the target indicator until I get alignment from this inertial indicator. To heck with it all. What does this look like? Okay, so now that's twisting off that way. If I... Yeah, radial out. But that's going to push... Holy smokes. I still don't like that. That's 6 days out. We're here. We're at Minmus. Are you kidding me? Come on. Oh, what's this? What's this? That's... Huh? What? This encounter in 1 day? Okay, yes, that's what I want. I want Minmus encounter in a day. Hold up, let's click that, just because I want to see it when I'm adjusting my radio out. That's a heck of a interesting... What is that, periapsis? That's really low, isn't it? Well, it's not that low. Space station is at 100,000. That'll put us within... Surprisingly, if I turn radio more, that actually gets me... Okay. 90,000, 830, 91,000... Yeah, let's do this maneuver. Is that a retrograde maneuver? Also, how's the electrics on this probe? It's a robotic mission for obvious reasons. We want to get fuel there as cheaply as possible and not lose any Kerbals due to accidents of timing. Also, let's move this closer. To where we actually are. Can we adjust that? There we go. Wait, but that puts that encounter at 5 days. I don't want to do that. Okay, we'll do it this way. Fine. Merp. This is a radial maneuver. Radial out, it looks like. If you look on the ball there. The nav ball. Tells you everything you need to know. Where you're going, where you want to go, what your spacecraft is actually doing. Okay, so now, once we get that, we're going to need to fix the periapsis, because that is a low, that's like skimming the surface, threading the needle. Yeah, so that's a day away. It's only a day away. Meanwhile, back at the space station, we have a puddle jumper to launch. Send that back home to the KISS, Kerbal International Space Station. Alright, let's verify her crew. So we've got the pilot there. Second pilot, Rich Kerbal. I feel like we're missing somebody. Nope, that's all of them. Jebediah staying behind to man the station. Crew the station. Yeah, okay. Fuel tank is topped off. Monopropellant. Ooh, yeah, we should top off our monopropellant here. That looks a bit low. Space station reserves. Good thing we have the refueler heading out here. It'll be able to top off both the fuel tanks, fuel oxidizer, as well as the monopropellant tank that we hold on the station for reserve for our spacecraft, like what we're doing here. Yeah, that's probably enough. Okay. Val, you are go for separation. Stabilization is on, RCS is enabled. Let's go ahead and back off from the space station. Looking good. Roll maneuver clockwise. Okay, looks good. RCS, let's go ahead and descend as well. That way we'll be off station when we set up for our departure maneuver. We'll be in a good standoff position when we're ready for that. Alright, time to set up a maneuver for the return trip to Kerbin, which is pretty much here, I feel. Maybe here. Prograde a bunch. What does that periapsis look like? Let's light that up. Let's adjust that window. Alright, periapsis is still falling, so that looks good on the departure window. All I'm doing is adjusting the window. I haven't adjusted the prograde yet. I might have to do that because otherwise we're going to hit the mun. Let's push this to 100 meters per second. .9 looks like the closest there, so yeah, it's going back up now. Okay, so there's 1.974. Okay, the rest of this is going to be a prograde push. $160, 175. Let's do 175. Space station is at 150, so that'll put us good there, and then we can adjust at the apogee of this trajectory. And that is a week return trip, 7 days. Hope you brought a lot of snacks. This maneuver is in 28 minutes. So let's do the time warp again. So now that we have the green sandstone from the surface, we have other surface samples, we have rich Kerbals. We're going to bank a whole bunch of science here and a lot of money, like actual bank. That is an eccentric orbit. How did that inclination come off of that? What even is this? Alright, I'm going to point it anti-normal to try and adjust that. That is a little bit absurd. Okay, that flattens it out that way. That looks better. No wonder it looks so thin. It was tilted on the plane. It wasn't set up properly. Okay, that's going to be a much better return path, I feel, once we get there. And then if we need to adjust any other inclination, we can do it out here on this orbit. Alright, let's check the spacecraft, verify the engine. Engine's at 100%. Engine is live. Alright, T-minus 15 minutes till ignition. Looks like we need to point our nose down just a few degrees to get that inclination adjustment. And ignition, main engine. Returning home to the Kerbal International Space Station. Throttling down for engine shutoff. Engine off. Let's take a look at our trajectory, see what we have. See the periapsis, there's so much junk in the way. Let's hide some things. Shall we? Launch sites for one. That periapsis looks not good, so we're going to need to fix that once we exit this. That's in 2.5 hours. The other maneuver for the fuel tanker is sooner than that, so let's take a look at this bad boy here. What did I say this was? 2.5 hours. Okay. Switching to the fuel tanker. Oh wait, we already did that maneuver. What we're waiting for is the encounter. So it's going to be in a day. It's only a day away. Which they're going to get there. It's going to get there first before these guys drop out and do anything. So we might as well do that. So what is this going to look like then? Because that's showing the periapsis is way out there, which is a couple of days away. This is... what? That's completely backwards from... Are you kidding me? It's a little nuts. Yeah. Let's check electrics. Looks good. Let's check our solar panel manually. That looks good. We need to switch that orbit around because otherwise we won't be docking with the space station. We'll be doing something else absurd. Wait. We're going around. Yeah, we do want to go this direction. Because there's a lander and it's going backwards. There's a space station. Two days. What does that approach look like? We're going to need an inclination burn. Before we do that, 12 degrees off. Ugh. Man, there is so much about this encounter that we messed up. This whole mission is foobar. But not a complete write-off or a loss. Alright, 0.1 degree, that's fine. We can live with that. That maneuver is in 2 days also, so we'll figure everything out in a couple of days. Let's go back to the puddle jumper real quick because I want to see... we need to adjust their periapsis before they return and try and do some sort of planet-busting maneuver. Because that spacecraft is not intended to ever land. At least not on its planet of origin. It would probably land on the Mun. Definitely land on Minmus. Okay. Yeah, that periapsis. Bit of a loss. Let's fix this. Throttling up to 5% to fix the periapsis. Orbit's looking better. We want a periapsis of 150 kilometers. That is over there. So look at that window. $50, $60, $70, $80, 90, 100, 120, 30, 40, and 50. Okay, engine off. So this looks like to us... No, I didn't want to switch to that. I wanted to set it as the target. Oops. Hey guys, why are your lights off? Oh, now they're on. There we go. Okay. It's a very strange position to be pointed. Okay, that's a much better alignment. I like that better. And then whatever spacecraft comes in, we'll have that docking port available. Yeah, looking good. It's wobbling. Time to turn off the stabilization again. So here we have another pilot, more rich Kerbals. They didn't have to go to Midmas, so we did not take them. You're not getting more than your money's worth, y'all. We certainly had the room. We could have done it if we wanted to, but we didn't want to. You know, money's tight these days on a burgeoning space program. Switch to Puddle Jumper 2. Now, if we look at the space station again, I want to set that as the target. No, don't disappear. There we go, KISS. Set as target. Okay, so that is days away. That return. Periapsis looks like 6 days, yeah. Okay, so we can switch back here to the heavy refueler. Get all this done in a couple of days. In a handful of hours, I suppose. Alright, doing the time warp. Again. Okay, we have inclination burn that we need to do to get situated for the space station. So let's go ahead and knock that out. Burning on the anti-normal, it looks like. Pointy end down, flamey end up. You know the drill. Lock that in. 25 seconds. Let's do a little bit of a fast forward. Okay. Throttling up for inclination burn. Throttling down and engine off. Maybe a little bit more. What does that look like? Oh, Rich. Anti-normal? What? 3 meters per second. Huh. Well, we're close to the anti-normal. I'll just use RCS to push us the other direction. I can't see a number. I need to see. Here we go. Descending node. Wait. Let's... RCS. Why is it still showing? Alright, fine. We'll do this burn and then we'll fix inclination again. Let's check on electrics. Solar panel looks good. Okay, perfect exposure on the solar panel. And preparing for retrograde burn. Station synchronization. That is still really off. I don't want to bring that down too much. In fact, I feel like we want to lift it up a little bit. We might get there with 50% of the original primary tank, which is fine. Next maneuver. Looks like we're getting a bounce off of a relay there. I should pull that. There we go. Every time I get distracted, I miss things. The nav ball with our anti-normal maneuver node. Alright, lock that in, steady there. Maneuver in T-minus 15 seconds. It'll get us on a 0.0 inclination with the space station. Three, two, one. Oops, maybe a little bit too much. There's probably a lot of things that people do that are familiar just because physics is so reliable, right? Like it knows that it's going to perform this way, and then we as humans, we create the errors, essentially. We are the ones who make the mistakes. So it's probably a common mistake that many of us have experienced before, right? That's what I would think. The human equation. Okay, so now that matches the orbit, but that just keeps us in a fixed position. We need to catch the space station because we're behind it. is this dropping down to? 92. Let's see if we drop down to 80 and then see what happens in terms of how many orbits it's going to take to catch up. Wait. This looks like the space station. Hold up. If we split this down the middle, like this is the top, the space station is actually closer to us on this way. The whole 6 one way, half a dozen the other, right? So we should keep the larger orbit so the space station can catch up to us. Intersect is showing 320 kilometers on separation. When we get there, it should drop, because the space station should get closer to us. Yeah, 222 now. Okay. Fantastic. That's in a couple of hours. Life in plastic. Okay, so that did that. We are going to add a maneuver here, probably retrograde, because we don't want the space station to pass us by. Which it looks like it's going to do currently. Do I need to put this on the other side? Quick save. Yeah, Nightbot doesn't work when people are not chatting, so no reminder there. Let's do a retrograde burn here at the periapsis. Here's the thing, if we do a retrograde burn here, what is that doing to the intersect? It's all wonky. It's not making any sense on the calculation. But we do have a secondary intersect here. It's only 60 kilometers. Oh, I can go prograde then, push that together. I'm using RCS because I don't want to take the time it takes to turn this entire fuel tanker all the way around. Plus, mid-mass gravity is so low, I can get us within 100 meters, 0.1 kilometers, 10.7 meters per second on that secondary intersect. That's where I'm going. Time warping. There is the space station. Okay. Engine, let's throttle that to 10%. 12. Stabilization, let's set it on target. It's only 11 meters per second that we have to change on our delta V. I know, right? Like, so Nightbot has, you know, these timers where you can set things to happen, the events, like the reminders for, like, you know, social, follow, that stuff. But I set it up also for timers to tell me, because I have a standing desk set up now, since I moved into the new apartment. It tells me to stand up or sit down, depending, so that I don't, like, wreck myself. But it also tells me to, like, quick save, like, every 15 minutes. But the thing is, Nightbot is also contingent on audience participation. So if not a lot of people are chatting, then Nightbot thinks there's nobody here, and therefore it doesn't spam the channel with, you know, needless text. Yeah, so there's that. but it does make it a little more challenging for me to remember to quick save. Because if I screw something up, I might be able to like restart from a F9, you know, quick load, but in this case I didn't because I was doing another mission and kind of forgot about it. So now we're making up for that, you know, consequences with the orbits and stuff. Streamlabs, chatbot, yeah. I imagine all of them do. Like, you don't want, you know, needless text coming across when there's nothing happening, right? And it makes it easier for people who are lurking, because then they don't have to, you know, put up with all the chat spam either. They can just hang back and chill if they feel like it. Okay, that shows a really long time away, which I'm looking at the wrong thing. There it is, intersect. 3 minutes 42 seconds, 91 meters is closest approach. Let's just do a little warp here. Take off a couple of minutes on that approach so we're not doing it real time. You do own this game, you just never play it. What? Why not? Alright, on approach, we're at 1,000 meters, 10.7 meters per second. I figure on a good day, if I can get to Minmus or the Mun with 50% of this fuel tank, like there's a secondary tank on here that we use for orbital maneuvers around Kerbal, not around the Moon or Minmus. But if we can get there with 50% of this tank, that's a good day. It looks like we're getting there with about 40%, so that's not terrible. But yeah, right there with you, Curly. Like, years and years. I have taken breaks. Like, before I started up, like, streaming regularly like I do now, I took a year break from this, and there's another year like in between that even, where I took a year off. But how lacking space engineers' orbital mechanics are. It doesn't have any. Yeah. Okay, I am going to... Did we adjust the engine? Yes, we did. 12%, so that's fine. I'm going to drop some of this relative speed here because we're pretty close, 200 meters now. Bring this down to like 2 meters per second. Well, by the time we get there, 160 meters in closing. Let's do 1 point, yeah. Actually, let's just get it to 0, and then we're gonna head towards the target and use RCS from here on out. Okay, so, shut down for safety. We need to yaw to the left, head towards the target. 128 meters in closing. Space engineers. Why does that sound familiar? Is that the one you can like build stuff in space? And you do a lot of mining, like resources and stuff, asteroids and so on. Alright, there's our target indicator. Pitch the nose up a little bit. Lock that in. And then RCS, let's go ahead and push towards the target. Build stuff in space, build stuff on planets, mine to the center of the planet if you want to. Wow, that's pretty wild. Watch the gravity anomaly manifest. Right on. Yeah, that's going to be really interesting in KSP2 when you start building stuff like colonies or building, like having orbital construction yards for some of the stuff that they're introducing. That's going to be pretty wild, I think. I am totally looking forward to it as well. Okay, let's choose the one on the top or the one on the bottom. We're kind of coming up underneath it, so we should probably do the one on the bottom, yeah? This docking port. Or should we do the tail end, just for stability? I think that's what we're going to do. I'm going to use the tail end docking port. Yeah, I'm wondering how multiplayer is going to work because of, you know, like, I mean, even in my single player, you know, here, you've seen me time warp and stuff in order to get, you know, the orbits and the trajectories. Like, how does that work in terms of the multiplayer stuff? Like, would you both play like your own independent game, so to speak, and then just the data gets sent back periodically to update position, and then when you're close enough, it restricts you to real time or something? Like, I'm just curious how. At some point, there's gotta be some sort of restriction to real time so that you can do stuff like this, like docking with a friend's space station, right? Like, I'm just really curious about all that. Let's go ahead and start our yaw to the left as we come in for our approach. Our inertial indicator, we're translating off to the right a little bit from the docking port, so we're going to want to kill that translation at some point, but we don't need to do that just yet because this is a rather long fuel tank, so we kind of need the gap to be off to the side here. Dark multiplayer? I don't know what dark multiplayer is. Alright, 14 meters in closing. Let's kill some of that translation there. It looks like we need to go down just a little bit. Heading towards the target. Let's kill our yaw. Oops. Maybe not quite just yet. Multiplayer for mod for KSP, been around forever. Oh, okay. If it's ever a mod, I haven't done it. I have never done any mods for KSP ever. Okay, how? We slid a little bit too far there. Okay, that's fine. Why do I need to be in docking mode here? Oh, that's why. Jeez. Freaking RCS is on full blast. Not many people use it though. Okay. Need to yaw a little bit to the right here. Okay. It was like that once, and I installed Cur and it snowballed from there. Yeah. Well, it's funny how often I do get the question about mods. You know, it seems like everybody and their cousin is using them, and I just play the game the way it's released, you know? That's how I play most games. I rarely mod games at all. Alright, let's lock that in. Good. Goal! What's the end goal of Kerbal? Last time you played it was in early development. Well, so in career mode, like, make money, earn science, yeah, like MechJeb and stuff. But here's the thing, with the implementations of, you know, what we've got here, all of this information, like the maneuver, like room to maneuver update, there's a lot of information here that apparently is in MechJeb, and it just makes the game that much more enjoyable for me, and it's a lot easier because now I actually have data right at my fingertips instead of having to pop out to the tracking station all the time and click on things and right click on that in order to figure out this information right here. Like it used to be, you couldn't see this, you had to drop out to the tracking station, and then you don't ever get to see your glorious constructions, right? Because you're always in the tracking station looking at a radar like this. that's a jumbled mess. But yeah, in career mode, it's about earning science so you can unlock new technologies and then making the money. So that's why I've got these tourist contracts. So if you click over here, you can see the contracts. And you can see I have multiple contracts. And both of them, some of them are a combination of science and money. In fact, anything that is a science mission probably has a money component to it. Like 90%, 95% of the science missions have a small monetary aspect to them. The biggest ones that pay like just straight up money are the, like here, ferry 4 tourists safely to their destination. And thanks, captions. So ferry 4 rich Kerbals safely to their destination. This one is just a straight up money contract. So here's another one, ferry 3 rich Kerbals safely to their destination. So yeah, you can build hotels in space. That's kind of what this is here. So there's 2 hitchhiker storage containers that hold 4 crew members each. There's a science lab in the middle, and there's a command module for the pilot, right? In this case, it's Jebediah. So like if I transfer Jebediah here to one of these hitchhiker storage containers, so you can see they're highlighted in blue now. So I can transfer him to here, and then we can take a look at his view from inside. You can see, so there's the other 3 seats where if you had additional Kerbals. So this space station, there's 2 of these containers, which makes 8 Kerbals it could carry, plus the command module, which is 1 more, so a total of 9. And then the science, whoops, I didn't want to hit that button. The science lab, so let's transfer Jeb over to the science lab. This one holds 2. So if we look in the science lab, this is what the interior of the mobile processing lab is what it's called. That's what this looks like. So this holds 2 Kerbals. So that's the seat for the other Kerbal. Ideally, you want to have scientists in here conducting, research. And then that science gets regularly updated via the radio transmissions, back to home. So if you want to see that, see this green line here? That's a radio transmission. It's actually bouncing off the relay because we're behind. So there's Kerbin. Or wait, there's Kerbin. So we don't have line of sight to Kerbin, so we have to bounce it off of this relay satellite. I need a polar satellite here for this, because if I lose both, if that satellite goes behind Minmus as well as the planet, then I lose all radio. But on a polar satellite, like you see these guys over here that are vertical, it's a lot more stable connection. Like you almost never black out in terms of data. Right now we don't have any polar satellites at Minmus. You can see they're all in a equatorial or a semi-equatorial, just slightly off. By the way, these relays, so this one is a contract from C7 Aerospace, which is why I labeled it that way. This one was a contract for something. I don't know why that's out there. This one is a Probodobodyne contract. This is a lander from a previous science mission where we did land in a couple of different spots to pick up some science there. Let's look at this relay. Why is this? It was launched on a Rich Kerbal launch and recovery system. Sometimes I piggyback science missions onto the Rich Kerbal missions because, oh look, that's just junk. It's a spent docking port that we had for some science mission. Okay, so we know we can get rid of that now. It's just a piece of junk in space. So, yeah. So anyhow, we have Rich Kerbals on the Puddle Jumper 2 returning home so they can write us some big fat checks and we can make some money. We have science experiments on the Mun surface. So that's something that was new with the robotics update. We can actually leave equipment behind now as of just, when was that, 2 months ago? 3 months ago. Yeah, thereabouts. We can now leave equipment behind to conduct like ongoing science on the surface of the Mun. I have a contract to do that for Minmus. I just forgot it. Like, it's at the Kerbal International Space Station. It's at the KISS. I just forgot to piggyback it onto the mission out to Minmus. Twice, technically, because if you count the fuel tanker we sent out there, I could have sent it piggybacked onto that, but yeah, it's been a weird night. Why am I here again? Oh, the tracking station. I was going to get rid of that junk. It was the ArcALS Plus. RKLRS plus relay orbiting Minmus. Yeah, we can get rid of that. That is no longer, it's just a piece of junk. Get out of my sky! Ooh, look at that. We have a nice solid relay connection across those guys. Also in the tracking station you can see, look at all the radio connections back and forth between all of these different, like the MUN is pretty busy with all of its array of satellites, and then of course the planet itself. So there is a mess of things going on here. So currently, no. Kerbal Space Program 2, which is slated for release next year, that's when we're going to be able to start colonizing. Now, what we've heard is that they're still going to be running KSP, this version, concurrently. Like, they're not going to stop working on this, apparently. And it's two separate companies. So they actually, Squad is still going to be working on this, and then the other company is going to be working on KSP 2. So depending on what you're feeling like, you can do that. I totally plan on picking up KSP2 and trying out the colonization type stuff. Here, it's a little more difficult to create a colony. You can actually do it. There are contracts for building an outpost on the MUN, for example. You can technically build an outpost on any of the planets, but it's not a colony like it will be in KSP2. So the colony aspect in KSP2 will allow you to have a self-sustaining, self-supporting system. You're colonizing the planet, so to speak. So expand station Puddle Jumper 2 around Kerbin. Puddle Jumper 2 is not a station. It's a spacecraft. That's really weird. Why does it say... Why does it say expand Puddle Jumper 2? And it says expand station Puddle Jumper 2. What? Position Curlington Relay in an adjusted orbit of the MUN. Inclination is 45 degrees, so that's at an angle that much. A polar orbit is 90 degrees, it's straight up and down. And then an equatorial orbit is flat, so to speak, around the equator of the planet. Test the TT-70 radio decoupler landed at Kerbin. That'll be an easy contract. See, it's $4,700 upon completion. They give you an advance of $1,800. So depending on the mission, this one has high prestige. It's got 3 stars. So it will tell you, first of all, you're going to advance you $54,000. Upon completion, you get $160,000, 16 science, and 14 prestige points. But you have to put it in this very specific orbit. It has to meet these criteria. So, a new unmanned probe that has an antenna and can generate power, reach designated orbit with minimal deviation, have a thermometer, have a materials bay, and maintain stability for 10 seconds. Once I do accept the contract, I will have 9 years, 301 days to complete it. So, you can take your time. But it expires in 5.5 hours. So if I waited 5.5 hours, this contract would go away and something else would replace it. But if I do accept it now, I have 9 years to finish the contract, so I could do it later if I feel like it. And it pays out $160,000 plus 16 science points. Doing other science missions can get you a lot more science points a lot faster than that. So, and I have enough satellites around the MUN. I don't want to do this contract. Yeah, I don't see any reason to do any of these contracts, honestly. Especially not this one. It's not a station, it's a spacecraft. That's so weird. That is possible, yes. So if you fail on your launches, and if you kill all your Kerbals, because they crash and burn, yeah, that's technically a failing of the, of your space program. Where is Puddle Jumper 2 now? Here's Puddle Jumper 2. It even has an icon for a ship. It is not a space station. Here's the icon for the space stations. I don't know why it's telling me that Puddle Jumper 2 as a station. Is there anything else up here that's labeled? Kerbal International Space Station, the KISS, MUN International Space Station, the MISS, and then Minmus. station. Those are the only stations. That's so weird that that contract would say that about the Puddle Jumper 2. Mer. Oh, yeah, so like this version, when I started out with $25,000. That was the starting, amount of money. And then they give you some basic components. So like, if we go back and we look at the vehicle assembly building, the VAB, it's kind of dark here. Let's fast forward to daytime. Puddle Jumper 2 is going to take days to return anyway, so we can afford to skip ahead to the day. So here's the Kerbal Space Center, the KSC, which coincidentally matches up with real life because the Kennedy Space Center is also the KSC. So Kerbal Space Center, it looks like this. So you have the vehicle assembly building, you have the mission control, you have a spaceplane hangar, along with the accompanying airport runway. You have the astronaut complex, you have the administration building, you have your research and development, and then the tracking station with these big satellite dishes. Now you can upgrade all of these things, like when I right click on this, facility level 2. I can upgrade it for about $500,000 to give us, unknown object tracking, max DSN power, patch conics, visible in map. Actually, that's a good upgrade. I should add that. I have 8.6 million, so let's go ahead and do that upgrade. Look at the new, oh man, those satellite dishes are hot looking. What? The building got upgraded. That's tight. There is a launch pad. I have this currently fully upgraded. That was one of those earlier things and one of the less expensive things to actually upgrade. So now my vessel size is unlimited. The max vessel weight is also unlimited. You could put on a huge, massive rocket with hundreds of boosters or something stupid, like silly. Research and development. I got 8 million. We can upgrade this. So research science limit to 500. So what happens is, if you go in here to the research, like this supersonic flight costs 160 science. I have 231 right now. This level up here, like composites, it's 300. And then this level is 550. See how it has a restriction saying 550 cannot research technologies over 500 science at this level? So even if I did gather 500 science, I would not be able to research this level of technology because my research and development facility, the building, is not upgraded to this level. So I've been holding off on it because it's like, I'm a long ways from getting this stuff, so I don't need to spend the money now for technology I can't even unlock yet. Like, I still have to unlock some more airplane technology, some more landing gear technology, specialized control components, and then I have to go through this whole level of research, unlock more heavy landing, more aerospace, more composites, there's advanced metalworks, large volume containment gives you really large fuel tanks, like exceptionally large fuel tanks. Nuclear propulsion, it's a theoretical type of engine, but it's the only one. Well, there's ion engines in here somewhere too. I guess that's, I don't even know where that is. But yeah, there's some more advanced electronics, high power electrics, so you get big solar panels, big batteries, fuel cells. So if you can't rely on solar panels because you're really far out in the solar system, like you could have a whole bunch of solar panels and not generate very much electricity because you're just simply too far away. So fuel cells would be important to generate your electricity that way. And then thermal control systems to keep everything from overheating. Excuse me. Because it's hard to dissipate heat in space because there's nothing to draw the heat away. Like in the atmosphere here on Earth, the wind blows, you get cold, right? That's an example of thermal control. So in space, there's no air, there's no wind, so you can't draw the heat off. You have to use systems like this, and the thermal control system allows you to dissipate heat to keep your systems operational. And there are different sizes of these thermal control systems. There's small, medium. This is one of the largest ones right here. It's pretty big in terms of its size. It weighs 1 ton, so that gives you a sense. Actually, I can right-click on it and see. Core heat transfer is 1,000 kilowatts. Wow. That's 1 megawatt, by the way. 1,000 kilowatts, that's 1 megawatt of core heat transfer. Max cooling at 85,000 kilowatts, 85 megawatts. Transfer rate is 10%. It does require electricity. Yeah, so that's what that is, anyhow. But in any event, so if I wanted to research some of these things, I gotta have enough science. So I have 231. I could actually unlock some of this stuff, whether it's supersonic flight, advanced landing, or specialized control. Is there anything here that I really would want? Monopropellant, Werner engine, fly-by-wire. Advanced landing. Oh, this gives me the motors. I could make quadcopters with these light-duty rotors, these motors. Big recovery parachute for big missions. Larger, much larger landing struts. Advanced aerodynamics. This is additional flight services for all the airplane missions, which I rarely do airplane missions. In fact, the first time I ever built an airplane was like a month ago. I've been playing this game for years. I haven't built any airplanes because that's something I actually know. Like, I've flown airplanes in real life. I took flying lessons. Like, I've been there, done that. That's not why I got this game. I got this game to try out something that I've never done before, which is orbital mechanics and rockets. Like, I flew little model rockets as a kid, but that's nothing compared to this kind of rocketry, right? Dealing with the physics and getting into orbit and understanding all that. So that's why I've just never messed around with any of the airplane stuff. It's too familiar and normal, so to speak. So I usually ignore a lot of the aerospace stuff because I want to be in space. I want to do the space stuff, so there's that. But I think right now what I want to do, I think I am going to add the advanced landing because the bigger landing struts, a much bigger heat shield, 3.75 meter. That's like a 16 foot wide heat shield. That's massive. These light-duty rotors. I might mess around with this just because quadcopters should be fun motors of some kind to play around with. So I'm going to hit, see, I have 231. It cost me 160 research, so I can click that and unlock it. You see it changes green. So once that's done, then I can go into the vehicle assembly building and those parts will be available for construction if I want to build something. And the great thing is you can save your different designs. So if you ever want to pull up a previous, so like for example, we launched the heavy refueler out to Minma Station. I can just click on it here in my saves, load it, right? It's already, I saved it, and then just go out to the launch pad, launch it. In fact, I don't even have to go to this building. I can just go straight to the launch pad, select this rocket, and it loads it up. So I could skip this step. But this gives you a sense of like what it all looks like inside the vehicle assembly building. And you just pick and choose parts. So over here there's various parts. There's robotic control, which this device here, the Probodobodyne HECS, is the robot that I choose to control this particular mission. So it's this one here. If you want a command module, if you're going to launch people, like you can select those, and you can also see that they cost money. So this command pod is $3,800. This command pod is $600. This is what you start out the game with, by the way, the Mark 1. So the Mark 1-3 holds 3 Kerbals, and it costs $3,800. It's more than 6 times the cost of the original starting command pod. You got your fuel tanks of various sizes and uses, engines also, various sizes and uses, including solid rocket boosters. Command and control, so this is all the little thrusters that you see on the side for your reaction control system, as well as inline stabilizers and reaction wheels, basically gyroscopes. So some structural stuff, some girders, the gantries that are down here, that's under that. But all this stuff you buy and you have to research and unlock it. You start out with barely any of this when you start the game in career mode. In science mode, you start with all the stuff, but your objective is to just go and do science. There's also sandbox. So in career mode, the possibility of Kerbals dying it's real. Whereas in sandbox, it's like, well, they'll come back. They'll be reincarnated in like 30 minutes, so it's not too much of a big deal. So, yeah, all of that. Astronaut complex, this is where you can hire new pilots and so on. This is who I have available currently. Bill and Bob and Weirdo. tells you how dumb they are and how courageous they are. Their experience. So Bob has lots of science experiments. He's been to the Mun. He hasn't landed on the Mun. Weird. He's landed on Minmus, but he's only orbited around the Mun. We should probably get him back to the Mun at some point. Our engineer hasn't done anything. I don't know what we're going to do with him to get him ranked up. Maybe he'll just ride along with some rich Kerbals here in the future. Let's see. Weirdo is a pilot. All he's done is orbit. He's not landed anywhere. We need to get him up with some experience too. So on assignment currently are all of these Kerbals, including the tourist rich Kerbals. So yeah, and you can see how much experience they have and how much they're building up, and if they're a 1-star or 2-star, and that determines their skills. So like Jebediah has most of the unlocks, so he can position for like retrograde, prograde, normal, anti-normal, radio in and radio out, whereas Valentina can only do prograde and retrograde. She can only do a limited amount of maneuvers based on her experience, which is kind of like real life, right? If you don't have enough experience, there are certain things you just don't know how to do. You can't do them. Man, what time is it? It's just after midnight. Let's go back to the Puddle Jumper 2. We're going to bring these guys home. How come you have such terrible signal strength? Let's take a look at this. Is this... Oh. Puddle Jumper 2 is the one that had the accident, right? Do you guys remember that accident? It was kind of bad. I think we broke the antenna off. Fortunately, we were able to save all the solar panels, but the antenna got busted. I don't even remember where it was. I think it was down underneath here. If we can find the stub for where it used to be, that'll confirm. Yeah, here. No, that's part of the launch stuff. Let's do this. Let's turn around so we can get some better light from the sun. Maybe we can see the remnants of the antenna. It was either off to the side or it was on top or bottom of the spacecraft. So these are longerons. These were used, we launched another spacecraft on top of this puddle jumper, so we had to stabilize it with those longerons there. That's what those are left over from. Oh, here it is. There's the high gain antenna. Status broken. Merp. Too bad. So sad. Don't know how to fix it. I don't know if you can fix it. I hear that engineers, when they're leveled up enough, can fix wheels when you're on the Mun or something, but yeah, I don't know. That's a curious question there, whether or not you can do that when it comes to repairing an antenna that's broken, busted, or solar panels. It seems kind of weird because, you know, you would need the materials on hand, and you never carry payloads like solar panels or repair materials, it seems like. So our signal strength is really low right now, 25%. Fortunately, we have a pilot on board. If this was a robotic mission, you'd have very limited control. If you got out too far and had 0 signal strength, like you'd lose control. You lost your spacecraft at that point. You lost the robot. Okay, now that we're closer, the command module can get 83% signal strength back home. No antenna required. Let's take a look. Let's focus up on the planet. Alright, the KISS is currently set as the target, the Kerbal International Space Station. That's where we're going. It orbits at an altitude of roughly 150,000 meters. We're showing an primary intersect. So the station will be here when we arrive. We'll be behind it by 932 kilometers. Now we can, let's look at the spacecraft real quick. So our budget for the maneuvering is 1,444 meters per second. You can see that over here. Thrust weight ratio is currently 1.51. So with that in mind, if we set up a retrograde maneuver here at the periapsis, that's going to shrink down the orbit. What happened there? Oh, the Mun got in the way. Let's keep shrinking the orbit. And you see how this orange doodad keeps spinning around? That's showing the intersect when the space station is parallel to the spacecraft. You'll notice it goes past multiple times because as this orbit gets smaller, we're going through multiples of the orbit intersect. Think of it as a harmonic. So based on the math, at this point here, this distance combined with the orbital period of the satellite, so this orbital period and this orbital period have an intersect right here. If we adjust it just a little bit, one direction or the other, we can, you know, make it bigger or smaller. It's all a function of the math. It's all a ratio in terms of the size of the orbits. In this case, our spacecraft is still in a very eccentric, like egg-shaped orbit, versus the space station, which is very circularized. So there are multiple points of intersect that we can find here, because it's all a fraction of the spacecraft orbit, right? So there are going to be multiple points where we can meet up. The problem is that, yes, we might be fairly close, but the delta v, the difference in speed, velocity, the delta v, the difference in velocity is too high, and we don't have the, you know, the budget, so to speak, for the engine and fuel to get to the space station safely. I want to... So what I'm looking for is the very last intersect, the last time that these two come together like this, where they're close. And then we're going to go from there. But that's going to take something, so I'm going to ratchet up the... So we're probably getting close, given the size of the orbit versus when this is going around. So we're going to see this. That's probably the last time that that intersect will be that close. And it's currently showing, if we mouse over it, 19.1 kilometers, 441 meters per second of delta V. A, that's not very close. B, that's really fast to have a difference in the velocity. That relative speed is really high. So I'm going to try and go around one more time to see if we can get that reduced even more. Looks like no. So that might be the last time where that intersect is going to be that close, which I kind of want to do. I am going to check on some other aspects of this intersect to see if there's a way to refine it and get it better, get a better alignment. So first of all, inclination. So you can see how our orbit, this dotted line along with the blue line, our projected path is underneath, like we're gonna zoom past and go underneath the space station. So we need to adjust our inclination at the descending node. Additionally, if I refine this adjustment, I can get, looks like 12.2 kilometers is the closest approach. Now what we would need to do is adjust the inclination, so adjust the plane of the orbit up to close this gap right here, and bring these two together, because otherwise this line, you can kind of follow the little dot along this line here. You can see it goes underneath the orbit of the space station. So the green one here is the orbit of the space station. We don't want to go underneath that, so we need to set up a descending node. We need to add a maneuver here, and then we need to go up, so we need to pull on the normal. This one down here with the little spikes out, that's the anti-normal. Let's do it in this control, because it's a lot easier and less mistakes. Well, that's going to eat up a lot of our budget. 0.6 degrees, 0.4, 300 meters per second of delta V. Good grief. Can I adjust? I really can't because I'm such a high inclination out here. Doggone it. Alright. So that means we're going to be left over with about 1100 meters per second of delta V after we adjust the inclination. We got to get level with the space station to meet up with it, or at least increase the odds significantly, the probability of synchronization and meeting up with it. So we got to do it this way. Okay, that's fine. So let's do the time warp and get to that point. Puddle jumper 2. Coming around turn 3 on the final stretch. Preparing for a normal maneuver. Who's our pilot? Oh, Valentina. She only has prograde and retrograde. So when you turn on stabilization, you could click the buttons, and then, like, Jebediah has additional buttons down here, so we can have him. All I would have to do is turn on stabilization and click the button. But in this case, Valentina doesn't have the experience, so I have to do this manually. So the maneuver node is the blue indicator there. It's currently pointing at the normal node, which is up, pointy end up, flamey end down. And we can see that by looking at the spacecraft. See, here's the engines, flamey end down. And it's not that pointy, but it's kind of pointy. It's pointing up. It will be a 19-second burn. Let's verify the engine. 100% engine is active. Ignition in 3, 2, 1, go. We could watch it here, or we can watch it from the tracking station, in which case you can see the orbit. It's starting to bring this up and flatten out so that it's going to be, and on this end it's dropping down. It's just like a lever. You just want to match it up with the space station so that it's flat. Watching the delta V on the nav ball. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Let's delete that. What did we end up with on our 0.0? Fantastic. Okay, the next maneuver is 549 meters per second. That doesn't look right because our intersect now is all off. So I need to adjust this a little bit. Yep, look at that. Separation of 7.3 kilometers, 324 meters per second. Can I refine that? I want to click that. Okay. 1.5 kilometers, 3.4, 5. Okay, so it looks like 1.5 is our closest approach. 323 meters per second delta V. This maneuver will cost us 566. So, calculator time, hashtag math. What's number 566 plus 323 when we get there? 889 meters per second of delta V. Let's take a look at our spacecraft. We have 1142 remaining. So we have a safety margin of 253 meters per second of delta V. So we have enough in the fuel tank to do both of these maneuvers and get to the space station safely with an extra margin of error of 253 meters per second of delta V. I need to be retrograde quickly. We just missed part of our window, so we might have to do another refinement burn. Speaking of, margin of safety. Alright, engine is burning. Apogee of this orbit is dropping quickly. Keep your eye on the ball. Right now we're watching the delta V indicator. And we are burning retrograde to get into orbit. Or at least a synchronized orbit. To form this primary intersect. Alright, engine off in 3, 2, 1, now. Let's delete the node and verify. Okay, so it's slightly off from predicted. If we set up a new node, which way do I need to burn? Retrograde or probably prograde? Yeah, prograde by just a few meters per second. I can probably do this with the reaction control system. So let's enable RCS, see the green light turned on. And then we're just going to push that 7.8 meters per second. We don't even need to use the main engine. Radio? What do we do in radio? Since we're currently pointed retrograde with the main engines, I'm using the RCS to push us prograde to fix the slightly overshot. Okay, 1.1 kilometers, 336 meters per second, delta V. That's pretty freaking good. So disable RCS there. Victory music is playing, coincidentally. Let's do the time warp again. Okay, so let's remember, closest approach is 1.2 kilometers, 333.6 meters per second of delta V. Currently at 15 kilometers in closing. Wow, we are moving fast. So reset stabilization and target. So on your nav ball, if you're ever doing this, make sure it's on target and not on orbit, not on surface. Right, the engine is still live 100%. Let's get retrograde to the target. Point the tail end at it. We're moving fast, 333 meters per second. We have 568 remaining on the engine, this fuel tank. How long is it going to take to slow down there? Might as well start the burn now. Dropping that relative velocity down. Oh, doggies. Ready, steady. Engine shutdown. Okay, 600 meters at 6.2 meters per second. I'm going to call that a pretty good rate. I guess I timed that just right with firing up the engine, so we didn't overshoot, we didn't crash into anything. Okay, 600 meters in closing. We're almost there, kiddos. The intersect shows we're at 342 meters for closest approach. Blech. Thank you, Nightbot, for the reminder to stand up. I've been sitting for a while, haven't I? Alright, it's midnight 30. I think what we're going to do, we're going to return these guys to the space station, load them onto the rich Kerbal launch and recovery system, deorbit them, and send them home, collect some really fat paychecks. Also, let's not forget, we got to transfer, we have surface samples here we need to transfer, including that green sandstone contract. We are going to complete this. So that'll be our last, that'll be our completion for tonight. It'll be a good way to end the night. Recovery of rich Kerbals and heck a lot of science. Okay, looks like we're going to go into docking mode. We might get a little bit closer than the predicted. Yeah, we're coming up on about 320-ish, maybe 310. Let's throttle up a little bit, bring the delta V to 0 on the target. Remember, target, not orbit. There's one. I'm going to thrust limit the engine to 10% because we're so close. Alright, 11%, that's fine. Bring that to 0. Alright, stabilization is off. We're going to yaw to the right. Try to land on a gas giant? Well, probably the same thing that had happened in real life. You just kind of burn up and fall into nothing, you know? Alright, we're going to point towards the target indicator here, that purple indicator you see on the nav ball. You can see the retrograde inertial indicator as well. So once I thrust towards the space station, you'll see how the prograde indicator pops up. Alright, 2.4. That's probably good. We're only going 300 meters, we'll be fine. You die, but it's gas. Yeah, I mean, I've never tried to land on a gas giant. I can't imagine there would be a good reason to do so, because, you know, as it was pointed out, you die. Float. Yeah, but the thing is, so a gas giant is typically a very large planet, Saturn, Jupiter. Gravity is really high there, which means your descent vector is going to be crazy. You're going to burn up in the atmosphere, probably, before you actually get onto the gas giant, so to speak, which you can't really get onto because there's no solid that we know of. Alright, RCS enabled. I am going to start pushing back and slowing our approach. Alright, there's 1.2 meters per second. We're still 175 meters out. Let's, so if you look over here, I'm going to convert the RCS into micro thrusters. So it turns from orange to blue. But you know, here's the thing. I mean, even like with a body of water, like if you do a belly flop on a body of water, it hurts, right? So it all depends on your approach, your descent, and how fast you're going. And at some point, you know, even trying to land in a fairly dense part of a gas giant, there's still going to be some point where the atmosphere is, for you to stop descending, like let's say you drop down really, really slow, for the atmosphere to be dense enough to stop you from falling any further, it's probably going to crush whatever you're in. It's going to crush your spaceship anyway. So yeah, as noted, you just kind of die either way. Either you're going to burn up on the way in, or you're going to get crushed if you happen to slow down enough to not burn up on the way in. Yeah. Alright, let's adjust. Do you see a docking? Yes, there's a docking port over here. Can I click it? There we go. Set as target. Okay, so it's slightly to the left. It's also above, so we need to adjust our inertial indicator above the target indicator, like this. And then we need to move it to the left of the inertial indicator, or the target indicator, excuse me, on the nav ball. Move it a little bit to the left, so that way we translate and slide over that direction. I want to go a little bit more up, so that we're not quite so close to the space station. Don't sugarcoat it, they burn up and die. Okay, twist my arm. I mean, I thought being crushed was not sugarcoating it. But, you know. I can agree with you on this one. Okay, 56 meters in closing. I'm actually going to slow down a little bit more. Let's bring this down. Let's say half a meter per second. You notice the inertial indicator keeps moving off of the target indicator. So I need to bring this down, and a little bit more to the right so we don't go too far. I'm going to disable RCS right now because I want to point the nose at that docking port. So I need to pitch the nose down. We might lose our tracking for a moment. Oh, it just got dark too. I know that this docking port is on the belly, so I always know the orientation. I'm going to rotate clockwise. Do we need to turn? Yeah, we need to yaw a little bit to the right. There we go. Okay, so 28 meters in closing. $23 meters. I like that. Don't sugarcoat it. That's awesome. Actually, you know what? I'm going to rotate a little bit counterclockwise again. Get this lined up this direction. 16 meters in closing. You can barely see the inertial indicator right there on the nav ball. I'm going to translate to the right so that we can slow that vector. Our movement is a combination of vectors, like this direction and this direction, or this direction, however you want to do it. This is easier for me to point. So our movement is a combination of vectors, so I need to stop moving this way, so I'm pushing with the rockets in opposition, and try and get it just to the one vector, which is the up vector, which is like that direction. Okay, 4 meters. Do we have any vertical? Yeah, we do. I need to hit the reverse thrusters, pick that up a little bit. I also need to slow down. I don't want to go up so fast. Oops, this way, up. There's my target indicator. I'm blowing right past it. Oh, there we go. Now we need to go to the right a little bit, and then head towards it. This is where the micro thrusters on the RCS comes in handy. Need to go down, slightly to the left. Just lining up that nose with the target indicator. And then just head towards the docking port. Turn off stabilization, RCS, let it... I wasn't quite vertical. Yeah, there we go. Go! See? That's how easy it is. Docking with the space station. Okay, I'm gonna cycle the lights because it doesn't seem as bright as it ought to be. I guess that's it for lights then. Weird. We should add more lights. When we expand the space station, I'm gonna add a lot more lights so we can actually get a better view of things. Okay, well, let's check the Rich Kerbal Launch and Recovery System, which is basically just a cheap spacecraft that launches and recovers rich Kerbals. Okay, these guys are already on here. They're ready to go home. Let's check this module. Okay, transfer. Transfer our pilot. Hopefully she's going to level up on this one. Double check that. Okay, new crew on part. Let's check the second module. No crew on part. Okay, Puddle Jumper 2 is empty. Let's verify the pilot. Oh, we also have the data. I think our pilot is Valentina. Okay, so let's go down here and look for Valentina. She's an actual astronaut, Kerbonaut, so she gets to do what is called an extravehicular activity. Go EVA. This is basically how I'm going to transfer that scientific data. So we're going to take the data. Boom. Have her let go, turn on her lights, jetpack. Doo-doo-doo. So I'm going to go up. And then this way. I love that you can change the suit colors now. The lighting on here, this is awesome. I'm so excited for this. Yes! So that means you could do like Star Trek colors. So like your command and folks are all red, and then the scientists are blue, and then engineering is gold. Unless you're doing classic Star Trek. No, it's not a mod. This was with the robotics update. You just have to change their spacesuit at the astronaut complex. There's a little hanger symbol. It looks like, a clothes hanger. And then when you change their suit out of the standard suit, this is what it looks like. Here, let me grab hold of the ladder and then I'll show you what, because I don't want her to drift off. Yeah, it's brand new with the robotics DLC. So now if you right click on your Kerbal, if they're wearing the correct suit, this is how it shows up. So I can, add more blue, get rid of the red. So now I've got her configured like, Star Trek blue scientist. You can do a combination of colors with this slider. Green, all that stuff. Yeah, you've seen the coat hanger icons? That's what this is for. So you have to change to a different type of spacesuit. And I'm not sure how many of the spacesuits do this, but the standard spacesuit does not, right? So, for example, let me do that. Okay, let's have her board, and then I'm going to have, who was with her that has the standard spacesuit? Munless, or no, Zeldus. So if we EVA Zeldus, you got to turn. Also, the lights, those colored lights, only happens if you turn on the suit lights for the Kerbal. So like lights are off, lights are on. So if I right click on the standard suit Kerbal, it's just like it always has been. It looks like this, right? But if you do a Kerbal that's wearing the new spacesuits, so we're going to choose Valentina. So you notice you can't see the colors. You have to turn on her lights, and then the suit lights up as a result of that. So lights off, but you can still adjust the colors, even if the lights are off. You just won't see the colors until you actually turn the lights on. So it's a pretty cool effect, and there's a couple other suits I saw when I clicked on the clothes hanger icon that I just haven't tried out yet. This is the first Kerbal that I've tried this on. Like, robotics came out, what, 2 or 3 months ago? I just now figured out how to do this tonight. Like every night I play this game for years, I learn something new all the time. It's crazy, and you guys have taught me so much stuff. It's wild to think about how much I've learned from chat, from viewers. Can't wait to build a station to do that. Just right. And then also changing the space station lights. I knew about this for a while. Like, you have to do it in the VAB, like changing the space station lights like this way with the RGB slider. But like do you ever watch Tazel? She has inspired me to start lighting up my spaceships and space stations. There's a shout out for Tazel. Earthworm Jim, what? So she also does a lot of Kerbal Space Program. And yeah, she has some really incredibly lighted, colorful spaceships. And I was like, oh man, I need to start doing that. So that now I do it. So, you know, like Puddle Jumper 2 is green, Puddle Jumper 1 is blue. I can look at a glance at the spacecraft and know which spacecraft I'm looking at because I colored them the way I wanted to. So, yeah, it's pretty wild. Okay. Let's check this. Okay, review stored data. There's 6 pieces of data on there. Fantastic. Do we have all of the Kerbals? Sanford Desert Zeldus. This one has Calson, Gregwell, Verpont. Alright, let's check. We already checked Puddle Jumper 2. Let's verify on Puddle Jumper 1. Let's just make sure nobody's... What? Patwell and Corberry? Who are these guys? Do they need to come home? Do they need to go to the Mun? Where are they? What's going on with these guys? We need to check the crew manifest. Okay, there's Corberry. Oh, yes, Corberry needs to come home. Put Corberry there. Patwell also needs to come home. My rule on links, you need to tell me about it first so I know what I'm getting into, possibly, because I don't want to violate TOS and lose my affiliate status. And then once you tell me and if I approve it, then I can type in the permit for that. But otherwise, I'm not sure which bot prevents links. If I knew that, I would fix it. But KSP image? Okay. Can I just click on your name, or do I have to? Here, I need to copy and paste it though, because your name is very large and long. A drill you made? Okay, hang on, I'm gonna copy your name. Infernal Robot, 4 years ago. Permit, right? There you go. I also, if you wanna, I don't know if you followed yet or not, but I also have a Discord, so you can do command Discord and pull that up if you want to post in Discord, because I have a specific KSP for there. I don't seem to really get a lot of traffic on my Discord yet, because I'm still pretty small as a streamer, but it's there. A couple other games. I'm gonna create a channel for Borderlands 3 as well, because I just got that game and I want to have some stuff there. And No Man's Sky with the Beyond update, I've actually been playing that off stream. For whatever reason, that update kind of broke streaming for me. I know other people have been streaming the new Beyond update for No Man's Sky, but for me it's been really it's been difficult, so I haven't been streaming it, but I have been playing No Man's Sky, and so I've been posting pictures in other people's Discords. I need to create my own channel, because I've got a lot of wild and crazy stuff that I've been doing with No Man's Sky, as far as new bases, learning how to use the power structures, spacecraft that I found. There are some really wild, nice looking spaceships that I've seen since the Beyond update that, like, yeah, I want some of those ships. I need to, like, I am totally jazzed about some of the new spaceships that are in No Man's Sky Beyond. It's finally living up to the hype than it was originally released, you know? It's taken 3 years to do it, but it's finally, I think, living up to that. Okay, I think the Rich Kerbal launch and recovery system is full. Yep, there's 4 people there. There's 4 people there. We have a pilot with data on board. Yes, this looks all fantastic. What's our fuel look like? It's really full. So I am going to... What's the fuel situation on the space station? It's full. Puddle Jumper 1 needs fuel. Puddle Jumper 2 needs fuel. Okay, so I'm going to actually... Let's empty this one over here, this secondary tank. We don't need this much fuel to deorbit this spacecraft. Yeah, it's fine. Actually, hold up. Well, no, I've already started, so I gotta transfer. I'll have to see what's in this one. We typically, I found in past missions, like I can deorbit with about 150 units of fuel on here. I mean, technically even less, but 150 is a safety margin. So having 400 units of fuel on this thing is really not necessary. We can leave the fuel. Oh, look at that, 126. How much is on here? This tank only has 40. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to transfer that back over here then. That'll give us our safety margin by a little bit for deorbiting. We'll send up a fuel tanker for the Kerbal International Space Station. We do have reserve tanks here that we can... So for example, I can take all of the station reserve tanks. There's 3 of them on here, right? And then select the primary tank on the Puddle Jumper 1. So I can take fuel out of all 3 of those and put it into the Puddle Jumper 1 primary fuel tank. So you can see all of the tanks are currently emptying at the same rate. And I do that to keep these ratios the same, because the liquid fuel to the oxidizer ratio, it's an odd number, and trying to manually click on these and do this, you can't do it in Kerbal. So this is how I maintain the proper ratios, is always transferring a full fuel tank to wherever. So the Puddle Jumper 1 should be, the secondary tank is 100%, and then the primary tank is now 100%. The space station has 150 times 3, so 450 units of fuel. I could fill up the secondary on the Puddle Jumper 2, and then the rest into the primary. So not very much, but it's better than nothing, right? So click all 3 fuel tanks. Also, you have to hold the Alt key on the keyboard when you're selecting multiple tanks, as well as the target. You have to continue to hold Alt until you click on that one. Then you can release the Alt key, and then you can click in and in on the target fuel tank, and then it's all going to transfer. You can see all of the source fuel tanks are all draining at the same ratio, keeping all the numbers correct and proper. So yeah, so this fuel tank should get full, and then we can go and put the remaining into the primary fuel tank. Oh, no, what? Oh, seriously? It's draining out of the secondary. Ha! Oops. Because they were all connected with that fuel transfer, so let me just dump this back out, fill up the secondary. Okay, so now the space station is empty. The reserves on the space station, yeah, it's empty. We're going to have to send up a fuel tanker tomorrow night to reload, so to speak. But hey, Puddle Jumper 1 is full, so it's ready to go back to the moon right away. Oh, monopropellant. Let's check the Puddle Jumper there. Fill up the monopropellant on that. So every time I set up a fuel tanker, it has both regular fuel, oxidizer, and then the monopropellant to, you know, because you use it for maneuvering and stuff. So it's always a good idea to have that. If the space station reserves, you know, at 120, that should be able to service multiple spacecraft for a while in terms of maneuvering. Fill up Puddle Jumper 2. I actually have auxiliary monopropellant tanks, but just for time's sake, I'm not going to fill those up tonight. We can do that later. We have a flight checklist that we usually do anyway. Okay, there's that. This one has a secondary tank inside the service bay. Yeah, that's enough. As far as for stability and stuff, I have monopropellant on the... Well, and also just for docking, like getting here to the space station. This spacecraft needs monopropellant on the RKLRS. So now that everybody's on board, everybody's ready to go. Oh, did we shut down? Shut down for safety. Okay. Puddle Jumper 2. Let's check that engine. Engine is off. RKLRS. Engine is off. But we're going to go ahead and go home. Alright, Valentina, your go for separation. Undocking from the KISS. Kerbal International Space Station. Alright, stabilization is on. Let's convert our RCS to full thrust, enable RCS, and back away from the space station. Let's push down as well so we get another vector involved, pushing away from the space station. Alright, disable RCS. Let's go retrograde here. Prep for deorbit. Now, Kerbal Space Center is passing underneath us right now. The closer we land to the Space Center, the more money we get from recovered parts. So all these parts here, there's a reason why these all retract and close up, because we want to recover the parts and get more money back. So, I'm thinking we're going to need to do one more orbit before we set up the deorbit burn. And by then, the planet will have rotated underneath us. So we're probably going to do... if we're going to catch up to this KSC. First of all, let's time warp to here and see where the KSC... see how the planet's rotating underneath us? So in 24 minutes from now, it's going to be in a different place. So we need to set up our maneuver accordingly so that we can land as close as possible. And I always shoot for a splashdown. I generally think of that as, you know, the easier landing as opposed to land. Okay, that's on retrograde. Fuel check. Looks good. Okay. Let's set up our maneuver node. And let's go ahead and pull that retrograde. It's probably going to be, what, 400 delta V? 512. Oh, hold up. We need to activate that engine. Alright, engine, 100% and active. That'll give us, so on the numbers on the nav ball over there on the other side, we want an accurate representation of how long that's going to burn and stuff, so I need to double check that. Oh, there it is. Okay, so once that goes green on the burn time, see how it just went green? It was red. Okay, so that's... now we need to adjust the window. We're going to slide the window on the orbit itself, so I can move it closer to us. Well, let's do a 1 on the adjustment there, the slider. You know what? I'm going to stick with this. This looks pretty good. Aerodynamic braking will also bring us in closer. I don't know how close we're going to get to the Space Center. Let's go with this right here. Okay. So, rotate clockwise. Okay, that did say the engine was active, right? Yeah, 100% engine is live. Okay. Alright, guys. Getting ready to deorbit, return a bunch of rich Kerbals, collect some big paychecks. Also, we have science experiments on board, surface samples, as well as the green sandstone contract. Where is that? Bring green sandstone back with you. Bring green sandstone on Minmus back to Kerbin. So you basically have to pick up a rock and bring it back with you. T-minus 25 seconds to maneuver. Let's get a nice promotional screenshot there. Picture of the RK-LRS preparing to descend, preparing to deorbit. Oh, we can take a look at our crew. There's everybody there. Yes, all good. Okay. Engine ignition. We were goofing off, we were looking at different things. You know, it happens. We're just going to burn this engine until there's no more gas. See the fuel decreasing there. Donk. Alright, quick save. Just because reasons. Things happen. Okay. We can clear that maneuver node. We don't need it anymore. I am going to... No. We need to go... Let's go this way. So we're going to stage the engine and fuel tank because we don't need to bring that back with us. I like pushing it off to the side, that way there's no chance of it falling down on top of us. By the time we get down to the atmosphere and stuff, it's going to have enough sideways momentum going away from us that we don't have to worry about it. Okay, we can go ahead and retract the solar panels and close the service bay. Da-dunk. Okay, we are configured for re-entry. Oh, here's what else is cool. So from this interior view, we can click on the window and look out the window. Look over at this window, or this window. The galaxy, the Milky Way, so beautiful. Same thing with our pilot. So we can look at different window views. And the way that it does the window view is like if you actually moved yourself up to the window to look out, because you notice this view is different than sitting in the seat. Like you can't quite see there. If you actually stood up though and put your nose to the window, that's the view that it presents you with when you double click the window. I only learned about this a couple of weeks ago. Viewers were telling me, like, maybe it's a month ago, like, yeah, you should click on the windows, see what you can see. I'm like, what? You can click on the windows? Cirrus JT coming in with a raid. All hands, to your stations, to your stations. Red alert. Cirrus, what's up, buddy? Internet high five right there. Thank you for the raid. We are returning rich Kerbals, as well as science experiments. I love that alert. Yes! Hey, Yunk. And Shark, formerly known as Senjo Shark. Welcome. Hey, fellow nerd. Yes, the rich Kerbal launch and recovery system. We are bringing them home. There's a bunch of them on here. There's like 7 plus a spare pilot. And we've got science experiments. So you can see there's 6 review data stored on there. Oh yeah, I know it. Totally, dude. I am such a nerd. I mean, come on, I'm the guy who breaks out the calculator for orbital maneuvers here, right? Okay, let's get that lined up that way. Yes. I have a Star Trek nerd alert. This is true. Definitely. Oh, turn off the caps lock. Let's do a shout out for Cirrus here. For the raid. I hope I spelled that right. Yep, there we go. Deep Rock Galactic. Oh my, what is that? Oh, when we were talking about No Man's Sky earlier, so also let's do a shout out for GravShark, because GravShark also streams KSP and No Man's Sky, and I've been posting a lot in his Discord for No Man's Sky. So I need to create my own channel on my Discord for No Man's Sky, because there's so much stuff going on there that I haven't been streaming it. I've just been playing it offline. But yeah, it's exciting. I like it. Yes, I know. There's so many, like the ones that Yunk posted with the nice planet with all the trees and everything. Like, I need to go there. Yeah, we got to party up next time. Also, are any of you playing Borderlands 3, or is it just me? Am I the only one that does that? Alright, we're passing through 58,000 meters. Got good re-entry. Kerbal Space Center is right there. Link KSP, sorry. You been thinking about it? Never really got into BL3. Yeah, so I was playing Borderlands 2 every Friday night for like a while. Like, I just finished it 2 weeks ago, again. I mean, I only have 400 hours in the game now. But now that I have BL3, like, I've converted over. I'm a level 14 Mose. Falling Skies is good for the first few seasons. Nice. Why does that sound familiar? I might have watched, like, season 1 of Falling Skies. Really jumps the shark in the last season or two. Uh-oh. RCS, we need to keep this stabilized here. We're getting a little bit off on our re-entry. Yeah, the one with Noah Wiley. Jumps the shark, the crab shark. Alright, we are now well, not quite subsonic, we're still supersonic. Look at that re-entry, we are so close. Playing the drogue chutes. Man, this is gonna be a nice... Yeah, we're getting lots of money back from these parts. These parts. Not intentionally, yeah, that's funny. Alright, we'll have full deployment on the drogue chutes shortly, and then we'll deploy our regular chutes as we descend and decelerate towards the water. Granddad Electro, hey buddy! How you been? Good to see ya! Hi! We are just recovering some rich Kerbals with the RKLRS, Rich Kerbal Launch and Recovery System. Alright, let's go main chutes for deployment there. Oh, cool. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Captain. Colony, a 3-season show on USA to the semi-dia. Much better and newer. You know, Colony sounds familiar too. I think I might have watched part of that. There's so many shows, like, I can't keep up anymore. You know, and when I try, like, something else comes out and I get distracted. Somehow I managed to watch the Dark Crystal series and then watch Carnival Row. Like, I think they came out at the same time, but I was more excited about the Dark Crystal because that was part of my childhood, and then Carnival Row is like a fresh new, like, I like the concept. So, and the mom from Walking Dead. Wait, which mom? There's a couple of moms. Cheryl? The one that died, I don't remember. Oh, I think all of them died. Dead zombie mom. Lori. Oh, Rick's wife. Okay, yeah. Cheating mom. Isn't that the truth? Yeah. What? I stopped watching once they killed Glenn. I was done at that point. I'm like, yep, not gonna watch the rest of that season or anymore. Colony low-key, great show. Cancelled though. That always happens with great shows, it seems like. Well, maybe not always, otherwise we wouldn't have shows like we have. But, you know, Firefly. That was too soon. Uh-oh. What am I doing? Oh, Nightbot is doing that. Hold up. Let me get this landing squared away. Yeah, please ask for links, because it's got that there. I know, right? Need more Firefly. Oh, so have you been following Firefly on Twitter? Like, there's an actual rocket company called Firefly, and from time to time, they use some of the zingers and the lines there from Firefly, the show, the movie. All right, we're home. Recover vessel. Nope, ban. He's a troublemaker. What? All right, let's see what we got. Guys, let's see what we got. What were you trying to post, by the way, Yonk? Look at that science. What? Science data, science data. Wow. Like, we were at 71 before. Now we're at 529. That was a pretty healthy run there. We got some money from recovered parts. 11,936 buckaroos. Curb bucks, right? I think it is. What's up, someone? How you doing, buddy? Welcome. Okay, we got... Hey, you're right. So both pilots got the experience for Minmus. So Valentina was our pick. She was the pilot in command. Zeldis was in the crew compartment with the other rich Kerbals. They both leveled up. They're both 2 stars now. That's... Yes. Nice to know. Okay. So even though Zeldis wasn't flying the mission, because Valentina was the pick, she still got credit for landing on Minmus. So, that's awesome. Oh, it's in No Man's Sky Discord? Okay. Yeah. Okay, hey, research and development. 529. So what should I be unlocking here? What do I really need? Bigger fuel tanks. Nuclear engines? Huh? What do I have? Advanced metalworks. What is that? Larger girders. Ooh, the shielded docking port. Ooh, the quadcoupler. We could stack multiple fuel tanks together there. The inflatable airlock. Oh my. Also, what was the other? Oh, that was it for those. Composites. Ooh, the super huge 3.75 AEFF3 Airstream Protective Shell from Fluid Dynamics Research Labs. Also, there's the protective rocket nose. There's a whole bunch of components for building all these structural panels. Holy smokes. The inline clampetron, an engine plate, structural tubes, little triangles and squares. Veritable cornucopia of rocket construction parts. Ooh, heavy landing. There's some big landing gear there. That's airplane stuff, though. The giant 10-meter heat shield. Nah. What about scanning? Ooh, scanning tech. This will allow me to unlock some more science, because we get the seismographer. Did I say that right? Seismograph. Surface scanning module. SPRT, medium scanning arm. Ooh, I only have the small one right now. That'll be nice. Atmospheric fluid spectrovariometer. The survey scanner. Ooh, this will be good for finding deposits for mining and getting fuel on Minmus and the Mun, right? Probably be on most of the day tomorrow, trying to find blueprints to build cryopumps. Oh yeah. So I unlocked that just recently with the Beyond update, the cryopumps, and what's the other one? Oh, superconductors. So, like, there's 2 different planets that I can go to. So if I decide to build cryopumps, I can get, you know, I just look at my spreadsheet, like where I can find the best price, right? So I can get almost 1.6 million for the cryopumps, but the superconductors I can get just over 1.6 million. So I usually try and, you know, hedge all of my production towards that. And I've gotten some more, what do you call the gas pumps? The gas extractors? Yeah, that's what it is. So I'm definitely, for now, I mean, if I find another planet where cryopumps pay better, then I'll go that route. But I have the option of either one at this point. So that's been my new one. Not so much farming as much anymore, because the construction for cryopumps and for superconductors is more the mining and the gas extraction. Mostly gas extraction. The mining stuff is very little. Yeah. What am I going to get, guys? Ooh, there's electronics and stuff. Unmanned tech. The sulfurine mine going? Yeah. I have one that cranks out sulfurine. Like, I think I overdid it. But I still need it because I don't have radon yet. So I have sulfurine and nitrogen. I just got nitrogen the other day. I think on Wednesday. I got a nitrogen. So I got those 2 up, but I need radon. Fortunately, you can put sulfurine into the refiner and break it down into radon. Additionally, this is really hot. I saw this on a YouTube video like a week or 2 ago. If you put the sulfurine into the, what did I just call it? Oh, captions just moved on. In the refiner. If you put sulfurine in the refiner, it breaks down at like, what is it, 2 to 1 or something? Or 3 to 1 into radon. But if you add in oxygen, if you put in O2, it then breaks down at a 1 to 1. 3 to 1, yeah. So if you add oxygen into the refiner with the sulfurine, you now get 1 to 1. So it's way better. And then you just have an atmosphere, you know, or you just buy cheap oxygen at the space station. And it does that for sulfurine, radon, and nitrogen. If you add oxygen into the refiner, you get an increased rate. So it's a 1-to-1 ratio. An oxymine. I just built one. Like, I was using the regular oxygen tanks that you fill up with carbon so that it refines it. I found a gas near my base, my big farm, that does oxygen. So I added that. That was also on Wednesday. Yeah. All this stuff happened right before Borderlands 3, so I haven't played it in a few days. But yeah, I added all that stuff. Oh, you know what I think I want? Do I want? No, not electron. Well, electronics has the Communitron and passive seismometer. That could add to our research stations. And then the seismic accelerometer. Or we could do electrics and get the big solar panels and the ginormous battery, as well as the fuel cell. The biggest thing that was tough for me with this update, with the Beyond update, was getting the electric stuff, the power generation. Like, I could not figure it out for the longest time. I was banging my head against the wall on that one. Should we just do more science stuff so we can accelerate that? The Communitron and the seismometer, or The scanning tech. I kind of feel like the scanning tech, because if I get the scanner, then I can find a good place to drop down an outpost and start mining for fuel. You know, on Minmus. That would be huge for going to Duna and everything else. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, decision made. Still have 229 left. I could spend that on some aerospace stuff. Oh, specialized control. That'll give me flyby uranium. It'll give me the advanced reaction wheel and then the larger monoprop tank, as well as Werner engines. Okay, yeah. Let's do that. Okay, 69.2. We have more science incoming. And more contracts. What does that look like? What is that? Okay, oh, that must be from the engine or something? Which Kerbal launch and recovery system debris? Splash down at Kerbin. There's no crew. I could fly it. Let's just recover it and see what it is. It didn't tell me what it was. That's weird. Have you guys ever seen that before? Huh. Let's look at mission control. These guys, they all want to land on Minmus, land on the Mun, land on orbit around Minmus. Why can't you guys just pick one location? Oh, for crying out loud. Land on Minmus, fly by Minmus. Well, at least everybody's going to Minmus. Not like the last couple of crews where we had to split them all up. Okay, so how much money is this? 146 grand a piece. Okay, I'll grab that. Rescue Kerbal from orbit of Minmus. I have been waiting for a rescue mission for a while because I need more scientists. I need, yeah, orbit of Minmus. Okay. RE3 M3. Test the RE M3 mainsail liquid fuel engine at the launch site. That's a big engine. What? You want to see how big that engine is? Let me show you. Let's see, that's a poodle. No, not a poodle. What's the one below the mainsail? Wait, where is my mainsail engine? That ain't right. What? Maybe it's in over here? This is what happens when you 3D print everything under the sun. You start losing track of things. There it is. Great, it's a different color too. I guess what I can do is I can go look at the vehicle assembly building. So if you guys go onto Thingiverse and just, you know, search for Kerbal, there's a couple of different options there for 3D printing, which I took advantage of. Like, yeah, hey, it's free, it's cool. So engines. So the one that I have is this is the skipper, right? Yeah, because you can see the thing off on the side there. And then here's the mainsail. You can see how big those are, you know, relative scale to one another. The mainsail is it's a flippin' huge engine. Like, it's that big in terms of the size. I'm assuming, you know, if you printed these out in like full real scale, I mean, you could put that one inside of the nozzle, the bell of the mainsail. The mainsail is a massive engine, which is here. And it's pretty accurate. I was surprised how well they were able to model all the different parts, like the tubes going around on the sides here. So you can see that as the engine rotates there on the game. So yeah, the models are pretty accurate. They're fun to mess around with, just try and look at different configurations like real type stuff. I love it. Okay, well, with that in mind, we've completed a bunch of that stuff. We got Rich Kerbal's home. We'll want to add some more contracts. We can do that tomorrow night, yeah? For now, we just have a few space station expansions, a space station on a solar orbit, some things to do. So for now, let's call that a night. Yes. I want to give a big shout out and thank you to all of the folks that have stopped in today. Big high five, Skeeter. Thank you so much for the sub and for the gift subs. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much for doing that tonight. I also want to say thanks to Priscilla, one of my mods, stopping by with some biddies. Curly Kerbal for the host. Cirrus for the raid. Heck yeah. Thank you guys, everybody, for the follows as well. Why is that on? Did I miss? Is my filters? Why can't I see my follows? Dang it. I know you guys are on here. I saw the follows. Thank you. I'm trying to remember who you were, because I want to give you a little shout out. Captain. Let's see who's here. There's a lot of chat. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. Hope you all have a good night. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow night if you're free, 9 o'clock Mountain Time. Be back here with some more Kerbal Space Program. Talk some more rockets, more science, more stuff. You know, all the goodies. So thanks again. Have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Mountain Time.